Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with AirThings.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Krzysztof Silecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a product
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is the perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, it all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized. And they've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted. And it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years. Chessable is definitely a product that was built by players for players. I think we have stuck to that vision, and it continues to be exactly the same. What has changed is we now have a lot more great people in chess helping us realize this. When I started, it was John and I, there was two of us, and then at some point we had 3 or 4 people. We had a small community around it, but now there is really an incredible amount of people that I never imagined all pulling in the same direction. So the future is bright. It really excites me what we can achieve together, and I just look forward to it. It's been absolutely incredible to see the reception by some of the top grandmasters in the world, like Grandmaster Anish Giri and Erwin Olami, and this sort of validation across.
Welcome everyone to the latest tournament in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour series. This is the Charity Cup, and it's a really special event for the Play Magnus group, as they've partnered with UNICEF, the United Nations Children's Fund, and they're raising funds to help children in Ukraine. I'm sure that, like me, many of you have felt overwhelmed and helpless over the last few weeks, witnessing the invasion of Ukraine. It's just an absolute tragedy, but hopefully we can actually do some good during this tournament. And I've already donated some money towards the fund, and many of you have done already. And I can see that the total raised so far is $20,915, which is just fantastic. So thank you so much to everyone that's already contributed to UNICEF. And well, we can do two things. We can help raise funds, but also, we can enjoy the chess as well. And we've got an absolutely wonderful event here with a really fascinating selection of players. And I think that, for me, that's the key to making a great tournament, is that, you want a really diverse selection of players. And that we have with, of course, the world champion, Magnus Carlsen, playing, but and close rivals such as Ding Liren. But we also have, up and coming talent as well, like Ramesh Babu Pragnananda from India, and Hans Niemann from the United States, who's actually sharing the lead at the moment, which is just fantastic to see. So yeah, it's great to see these talents come through. So we can see There we go. We can see the scores there. Let me just check that out. Just 1 second. Just one moment, folks, while I get up to speed there. So in the lead, we have Hans Niemann and Lei Quang Liem from Vietnam. Hans Niemann is just 18 years old. Well, Lei is a little bit older. I think he's 29. I'll have to check that actually. I think he's 29. And then we have Ding Liren on 9 out of 12. Remember, it's 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw. And this scoring system certainly contributes to some great fighting chess. We have Vidit on 8 out of 12, Jordan van Forest on 8, and Magnus on 7. But remember, with these 3 points, players can bounce back into contention. And this is a 15-round all-play-all tournament, and the top 8 will make the cut into the quarterfinals. So we still have, well, this is the second day of the preliminary round robin event. And we have, well, today and then 2 more days to get in the 15 rounds, and then we go to the knockout. Those are the regulations you can see there. Just a quick reminder of the time control, 15 minutes for both players, plus 10 seconds each time they make a move. And it's been fascinating. So I've lost the power of speech. Fascinating so far. I think we saw some wonderful fighting chess yesterday. I think a real highlight was the game between Ding Liren and Magnus Carlsen. I think for Magnus, Ding has always been a difficult opponent. We saw that yesterday as Ding claimed Magnus's scalp again, and in such beautiful style. If you want to check out a detailed analysis of that, then do take a look at my YouTube channel, Power Play Chess, where I recorded some analysis of that game actually this morning. So do check that out if you want to see that again, a little replay. And I'm joined today, and all the days of the tournament, by Peter Leko. It's great to see you again, Peter. How are you?
Hello, Daniel. Hello, everyone. Yes, well, super excited for the second day. As you mentioned, yeah, this game in the final round between Ding Liren and Magnus Carlsen was an incredible power play. I mean, this is exactly the type of chess, that I feel like my generation from Kasparov, from Kramnik, Gelfand, Anand, I mean, we really liked, because you have to come armed to challenge the world champion. You have to come up with real ideas. You have to be ready to enter big fight. Yeah, and Ding Liren did it with F3 Grünfeld. Then he turned to Zemisch against in this specific move order. He also had this idea bishop c4, bishop e2. Then Magnus tried to play in the spirit of the position, sacrifice the exchange, and then with very, very powerful performance, Ding Liren didn't really give Magnus a chance to really come back to the game. I mean, the situation was, we looked at this end game, it was very tricky, but it looked like it was a total nightmare for black, and Ding Liren then with this final brilliant king maneuver all the way from c2 to h6 sealed the game. It was a wonderful performance.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned Kasparov there, because actually that's the game reminded me of some of his games, in that, superb preparation, but it's not enough to achieve an advantage. You have to put the game away. And Ding did this absolutely superbly. I mean, when you look at this with a computer, of course, the computer always comes up with potential defenses. And Magnus, in an ideal world, if he were armed with a computer, could have defended this better. But in practice, actually impossible to defend this endgame. So it was really superbly delivered by Ding. So we have a really interesting round 5, the first round of today, in that we have Magnus Carlsen with white against one of the tournament leaders, Hans Niemann. Okay, your prediction on that specific game, Peter?
Well, we know exactly how usually Magnus reacts to losses. Yeah, that he's anyway incredibly great, but I mean, whenever he loses a game, he comes back with a vengeance. And I feel like it's especially now that he has the white pieces and he had time to kind of sort his ideas how to target Hans, because it's something of a difference when you play someone who you don't really know that well. Yeah, Magnus haven't played too many games with Hans. He did beat him in the previous event with the black pieces, but it was a big fight. Hans, I think, also mentioned in his yesterday interview that he actually had a chance to make a draw, but he wanted more at some point in that game. So yeah, but now this is a completely different story. Magnus knows that he needs a win, and it will give him 3 points. I mean, this 3 points system, every win gives you wings to fly, basically. And you want to carry on, yeah, and you have to start scoring the points to get the energy, to get the flow, and then you might end up just like yesterday, Hans, with scoring 10 points, and the same applies to Lek van Liam, who also scored 10 points. By the way, we haven't talked about Lek van Liam yesterday. I highlighted Hans as a spectacular performance, but yeah, Lek van Liam's 10 points from yesterday, and also very, very good games. Yeah, he was lucky there against Prague at some point, but okay, it's rapid play. Of course, with all this tension, anything can happen. And yeah, Lek van Liam is the one who, in the preliminaries, I think he came back with some incredible fighting chess in the last 2 days, and he managed to qualify. And then there was a tweet by Liam saying that the good news is that I qualified. The bad news is I'm facing Magnus, and that's exactly what happened. Magnus knocked him out, but now immediately after getting knocked out by Magnus, now in the new placing, Magnus starts with the same energy performance. So very interesting to follow Liam's performance as well, what he will achieve in the next days.
And yes, in fact, he played pretty well in, we've had lots of online tournaments over the last 2 years, and Lei actually proved himself as an excellent rapid online player, not just in the recent tournaments, but actually over the last couple of years. So he's definitely a force to be reckoned with. I think that's very exciting indeed. And just coming back to Magnus against Hans Niemann, well, it seems to me that Hans is growing with confidence with every event. We can see his rating there, 26-24, but he's clearly playing at a much higher level. I thought the way he defeated Ding yesterday was superb, actually. He managed to create complications with black, and he never let Ding settle and found some very uncomfortable moves. I'm thinking of that move, Queen H3, right in the heart of Ding's king side. Very disturbing move, and it was Ding that cracked. So he is definitely a force to be reckoned with. I think that's very exciting indeed. The play is going to kick off in 2 minutes. I just want to remind everyone that's tuning in, this is a fundraiser. The Played Magnus Group has partnered with UNICEF, the United Nations Children's Fund, and raising money for children in Ukraine. And of course, I'm sure everyone would want to contribute in some way. And if you feel like you can afford to donate, then please do. So far, I'm just looking at the total. $21,122 has been raised. That's absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much to everyone that's contributed. Absolutely wonderful. So if you haven't done so already, then please do hit that donate button. And I should add that Chess24 is also donating every premium membership that's bought. Chess24 is donating 20% of those membership fees. 20% is being contributed to this fund. And with the Charity Cup code, you can get 40% off membership. I had a lot of info to get over then. I hope that was reasonably intelligible. But anyway, I'm really looking forward to the round, and the game should be kicking off on the hour in 1 minute. There we can see we have a lovely collage of the players, a lovely mosaic of camera shots of all the players. There's one which is empty at the moment. I just have a funny feeling that might be Magnus. He's very very guarded. I can't quite see. I'm trying to look on my screen here.
And actually, you already have liftoff in couple of games.
Good.
Definitely not yet in Magnus's games. I think you are right, but I do see quite a lot of d4s being played. And also, just a very quick look at this, that people have noticed, yeah, that Lei Tingjie is ready to go for this line, and whenever she plays the Italian, everybody feels the temptation to go for this double-edged line. But by now, I think she will be very well prepared. She lost 2 games yesterday to Leko and also to Vidit, and now Hari is also trying to target her in the very same variation. However, we do have Magnus haven't played yet. What else do we have?
But I have to say, Peter, this is a massive risk, repeating this extremely sharp variation for the third time.
Yeah, I mean, especially after losing 2 games. Yeah, it basically shows a lot of courage. It also shows that probably she believes in the position. Yeah, and she thinks like, yes, actually, it's not the fault of the opening that I lost, but I made some mistakes. Yeah. In this regard, I feel like it's definitely a very interesting theoretical duel, and will be interesting to keep an eye on how this line develops. But we have so much other action, and Magnus, by the way, has started his game, and he opts for 1 e4, and Hans Niemann plays e5. Will we see an anti-Marshall from Magnus from the white side? Yes. Bishop b5. Okay, very good.
Interesting to see which line Magnus selects here.
Exactly.
I'm intrigued. I mean, I've played the Spanish my entire life with white, and I'm sure you have as well. So I'm always interested to see one of my absolute favorite openings. I love the mix of strategy and tactics. We have an open Spanish. Well,
yeah, this is a bit. Lines. Yeah, it's a bit of a spoiler. Yeah, it would have been so nice to see how Magnus reacts to his beloved Marshall. Yeah, which kind of line, which kind of direction he would have chosen. But it's quite understandable from Hans's side that he wants to play something more direct. Yeah, and the Open Spanish has a reputation of having lot of forced lines and very well established theory. And it might also come as a surprise for Magnus. Also very interesting to see which line Magnus chooses here.
But Magnus he's played the Open Spanish himself, so it's not like he's a stranger to this.
Definitely. I mean, I do recall when it was.
Well, he lost a game against Hikaru. Actually, I seem to recall. Maybe.
There were. Yeah, but I wanted to say that in 2007 Tal Memorial in Moscow, when the very young Magnus was actually having Open Spanish in his repertoire, then. Before the game, I decided that I don't want to test him in the Open Spanish. I want to surprise him in the exchange Ruy Lopez with Bishop takes e6. I used it as a surprise, but Magnus knew very well what to do, and he quite comfortably drew that game. So yeah, already the very young Magnus was a big expert in all these Spanish territories.
Interesting stuff. How many times have you played Magnus?
Well, a lot, but not recently. I mean, I do recall that I had like a +3 score dominating quite our encounters from 2006, 2007 till 2009. And then suddenly Magnus started catching up. Yeah, that's and I think by now we are like 50%. But we only played 9 the Legends. Yeah, in 1.5 years ago in this very special edition of the very first Magnus tour, the Legends, and we had an incredible fight. But Magnus finally won 2.5, 1.5. But it's always very special to play against Magnus. And now we are faced with this deal word variation, right? This is the English variation, the deal word gambit. This knight takes f2. Let's go back and let's just show very quickly what we are talking about. Yeah, this c3, bishop c5, knight bd2 castles, bishop c2, knight takes f2, takes f6 is the old deal word. Maybe you know more. You can better explain the history behind this.
Of course, I mean I know this variation, and actually I've met the creator of this variation. many years ago. I think he was mainly a correspondence player actually, but he's English. I remember seeing him at a weekend tournament when I was a junior. You know, maybe I was 13, 14 years old, and you know, someone pointed out, oh yeah, that's Mr. Dilworth of the Dilworth variation. He was basically a strong amateur, but this is his variation and quite a discovery. But this is the modern way to play it with white, isn't it?
Exactly. I mean, this kind of stuff, like after f6, you simply play king g1. I mean, the old theory was automatically e takes f6, queen takes f6, and then knight f1. But this was actually reckoned to be, well, pretty playable for black. Very difficult to actually claim an advantage for white. Yeah, absolutely. And also, I think that's the reason why actually things develop. But I mean, the move king g1, it's a typical move that prior to engine eras, it was just impossible even to consider the move king g1, because you are giving up the center pawn, giving wonderful center pawns for black. Actually, if we start counting material, it's rook 2 pawns and 2 wonderful pawns versus 2 pieces. And okay, it's not like all white's pieces are in the game immediately. And the rook on a1 is still very far from action. So at first sight, one would look like, okay, this is absolutely fine for black. But actually, new engines say that black is the one who needs to be careful, and that's why this line is suddenly getting more and more popular.
But absolutely clear that Hans has done his homework. You don't go into this line unless you're fantastically well prepared, and you know, it shows he's a hard worker. So I'm really intrigued by this. You know, I wonder, you know, when was the last time Magnus looked at this line? Is Hans going to be better prepared? We shall see. Listen, Peter, we'll let that one unfold. Let's move on. I'm intrigued by your compatriot, Richie Rapport. He's playing against Eric Hansen, and it looked like he started off with a rather unusual move.
Yeah, here is the game. Well, I mean, it's some kind of a reverse pause and time maneuver. Yeah, it's something that Richie is playing a lot with the black pieces. I mean, he used pause and time maneuver last year with very good results. And now suddenly he does it. Yeah, he's trolling everyone. Yeah, e3, knight f6, c4, e5, and okay, what is it? It's like e4, c5, knight f3, e6, and it's my move. Okay, then it's lovely. Yeah, that's what Richie is signaling, and he makes good use of this extra move, knight c3, bishop b4, knight e2. But we should also mention that the whole psychology of this playing reverse kind of stuff, that of course now black is not forced to play for advantage. Yeah, black just wants to equalize the game. That's why one cannot say like playing something with an extra tempo should definitely benefit the other side, because there are different scenarios now.
But it's really curious, isn't it, how, you know, we look at e3 and c4. I mean, that basically is, or as you point out, a reverse Sicilian, and we kind of think, oh, it looks slightly odd to play like that. But with colors reversed, with black, you would think, well, okay, this is the most normal move on the board. I mean, there's nothing wrong. But I think Richie has exactly what he wants, which is an unbalanced position. And, well, those 2 bishops, basically.
I think that we should explain the move f3, because this is the move which might look a bit surprising. This is a move like it would be f6 from black side, and usually this doesn't really work because black or white would usually punish this. But having the extra tempo, definitely Richie wants to develop this bishop. I don't know, to c4 or to d3, because both options are possible. Getting a tempo, and he refrains from developing his bishop yet, because maybe it's also very typical that after a move like bishop b2, maybe some sacrifices like knight d4 are dangerous. And let's take a look. For example, e4 check would already lead to a lot of trouble, because king d1 runs into bishop g4 check, and after f3, bishop takes f3, black might just win the game. Yeah, and thanks to f3, he's already kind of making sure that all these knight d4 moves are not possible, because white will always have king f2. Yeah, that's a big difference, and now he just wants to continue developing.
Yeah, well, really interesting. I mean, it's kind of nice that white has options where this bishop is going to go. Not such an easy position, but well, we know that Eric is a very dangerous online player. So yeah, Richie will have his work cut out. Really interesting position. I'm being told that there are major developments in the game between Garwin Jones and Lei Liem Kwang. Of course, Lei, one of the joint leaders of the tournament, and he's already on the attack in this Gioco Piano. Now, what exactly is going on? Well, I've just seen what the evaluation bar thinks about this position. It's what black to play, and it thinks that black is doing extremely well. So let's try and, should we go from the top and let's try and work this one out?
Yeah, because, okay, the position looks just fantastic for black. Yeah, I mean, my human feeling is like this is minus plus, but not like winning, but just a serious advantage because, okay, you see that everything is long from white side, but as you said, let's start from the very beginning. We will catch up quite quickly. I feel like Gavin is still lacking some experience in the classical Italian because he usually against the move of the bishop c5 always he was a specialist of these c3 d5 lines, yeah, and it means that all this big jungle in the classical one, he doesn't want to go for this knight g5 line, and then he's kind of forced to the traditional lines, and somehow he got tricked here. Yeah, he makes all the natural standard moves: knight, bishop b6, knight e7, d4, knight g6. But also black is very tricky because usually black plays it with a6 and then bishop moves back to a7, which would mean that black loses a tempo. Yeah, so there is one little tempo saved somewhere for black. And yeah, ed4, cd4, d5, and these are the things, you know, this ed4, cd4, d5, that sometimes computer says that white is simply better, or sometimes it says that black is just crushing. Yeah, and you really have to be incredible expert, and you have to be a great analyst, having checked it already at home, to know exactly which is the moment. Yeah, now actually that black has the rook on f8, it's perfectly placed, because rook on e8 would be much worse, since black anyway wants to go f6. And he needs this rook on the f5. So I do feel like he saved rook e8 and he saved some a6 or a5 moves. Knight f1, knight f4, bishop e3, f6. Black simply breaks, and white cannot really capture on f6 because then after queen takes f6, all the threats like knight takes h3 are coming, and the knight on f3 is loose. Also, knight g2, king g2, queen takes f3, of course, is a threat with knight h4 check coming. But if you don't take on f6, it means that you have to keep the tension with knight g3, and then black already opens up the f file and look at these pieces. I mean, these are wonderful pieces, and this pawn structure c6, d5 with bishop on b6, and Leko Guillem opted now for knight h4, and apparently the engine bar absolutely confirms this move.
Whenever you paint such a glowing picture for one side, I always feel the need to try and balance it, to think of something positive for the white side here. Unfortunately, I can't think of anything positive, because it does look desperate for white already. And yeah, Garwain's king in massive trouble. That pawn on h3 is just a target. If black's queen gets to h4, then it's just a gift of a sacrifice on h3 or g2. And oh my words, oh yeah, this dark days for the Englishman here.
Yeah, it looks pretty hopeless, and the problem is that after knight h4, without any sacrifices, hitting on g2, and you can never take on f4, because then after rook f4 with this incredible bishop on b6 and the pressure on the f2 pawn, it's automatically game over.
Well, Peter, sorry, let me just break in there, because you pointed out all the reasons why this has turned out well for black, because he hasn't played rook e8, because he played the bishop back to b6, one tempo instead of a6 and bishop a7. So can we just go back and just pinpoint where Garwain went wrong? Where could he have done better?
Well, I mean, basically his problem was that he was trying to play exactly in the same spirit, in the ambitious way against this knight e7, knight g6 plan, which usually happens with a6, bishop a7 with this d3, d4, quick d3, d4, yeah? I mean, of course, white can just not play the move d4 and play very solidly like knight d2, knight g6, knight f1, the traditional way, yeah? First, get your knight to g3, you are looking what your opponent is doing, and okay, it's more or less a very traditional position with a lot to play for both sides. But Gavin wanted to punish black, and it heavily backfired. Yeah, he opted for d4, and after knight g6, he is facing some ed4, cd4, knight takes e4, rook e4, d5 fork as well, which would immediately solve all black's problems. So that's why he feels that if he wants to play for advantage, he needs to move the bishop to b3. Yeah. So all his trouble actually was associated with the fact that he wanted something from the position. And as it happens so many times in modern chess, if you are really ambitious from the white side, you can end up running into big trouble. Now after knight bd2, ed4, probably if he takes knight d4, then it's more or less equal, but it's not the spirit that Gavin wants to play, because, okay, black plays rook e8 and it's perfectly comfortable. You cannot really move the knight. Black will decide when to break the center with d6, d5. Very comfortable, but probably white is still in time to equalize. However, after cd4, d5, again, the move, of course, you can take ed5 and you say, oh, I mean, I don't like my position, but again, it's not what you want to do. So you feel obliged to play e5 and then knight h5. You have to move the knight, and already knight comes to f4, and I think here it's already a clear advantage for black, f6 coming. And after a few logical moves, we already end up in this winning position for black.
Yeah, but it's interesting that he simply didn't want to compromise. Okay, I understand that d4 is too ambitious, but actually e5 looks dreadful. And if you take on d5, of course, black is very comfortable, but it can't be that bad for white.
Yeah, but it's not the reason why you play this opening. Yeah,
I understand
yes.
Entirely, but sometimes you have to compromise.
Yes. No, I'm pretty sure that if it would have been, for example, classical game, and then the alarming bells are ringing and you feel like, oh my God, yeah, what is happening? I mean, I mixed up something, I entered somewhere, then you take a deep breath, you think for 15, 20 minutes, and it does not matter how shameful it is. You take ed5 and you try to equalize and you try to make a draw. But in a rapid game, I mean, you want to keep the game going and you are not really thinking about backing down immediately. And I'm pretty sure that it did come as a cold shower for Gavin, that how bad it is. Yeah, he might felt like he's risking something, but okay, let's honor the tournament. Let's try to play fighting game. And then it runs into a mating attack.
Okay, so let's look at the position we've arrived at and try to find some kind of defense.
Well, he's now down to 4 minutes. He doesn't see it, and I don't think that there is one. Yeah, as you said, bishop takes h3 or knight takes g2. It's coming. You cannot trade on f4, because then rook f4 just wins the game by hitting on f2, and also due to the pin, the knight on g3 will be vulnerable. And otherwise, how do you protect? You can't. If you could now move the bishop from b3 back to f1, that would be the only move which would stabilize the position.
Yeah. Yes, and it's impossible to bring the queen over to defend. So there's just a very simple threat of bishop h3 and mate on g2. Sadly, we should leave that one. It doesn't look good. We're being told that Magnus already has a very promising position.
Ah, wow. Okay, this is a very nasty and beautiful trick. But simply, you remember we talked about this, that Magnus was the one who was thinking, and maybe Hans was better prepared. But I do believe that Magnus is feeling of this position, because he plays it with black. You mentioned this as well, yeah, and he definitely have looked at this position, and he feels it. And somewhere Hans completely lost the sense of danger. Yeah, e4, knight d4, knight e5, knight e3, bishop d7, bishop h4, very nicely threatening the move bishop g3. So I'm guessing if black plays the move c5, which is very tempting to hit the knight, then hang on, how would Magnus react to this?
Could play bishop g3.
Yeah, but bishop g3 then takes queen h6. That's exactly why I slowed down.
Okay, that's nice.
Yes, because then there is this trick which actually Hans played. Yeah, he played the move Queen H6, anticipating something. Yeah, there were also, like, after C5, there were moves like Knight DF5, also interesting, but it does not seem to be so super strong. I mean, the point was that after takes, bishop takes E4 is a nice pin, but you can probably play Rook AF8 and it looks fine for black. But in the game after Queen H6, this is where we jump back, and after Knight DF5, now the tactic works, protects the bishop, protects the knight, so actually black has to capture on F5. Now knight takes F5, hitting the queen with tempo, and after rook takes F5, Queen D5 check. Let's just show this comes with brutal effect because the king is checked and the rook is falling, and actually white will collect the rook with a check as well and be piece up. Then how do you defend this position at all from the black side? Knight F3 check, yeah, it's the only move in the position, because now after GF, rook F5, black would protect the D5 pawn, but yeah, now Magnus takes, queen takes F3, and he will get two bishops versus rook and fixed pawn structure. This will be technically winning for Magnus.
So what, Queen E3?
Yeah, that's the very first, but probably all moves are more or less the same. But yeah, this is
Queen,
that.
so
comes...
Queen E3, yeah. I mean, the same game, chops, and then Bishop F2 presumably.
Exactly, just blocking this, and then Rook D1, Bishop B3, and you can't protect all these weaknesses forever.
Yeah, two beautiful bishops looks just like a technical win. Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
Well, but Magnus weighing things up at the moment. What are the options? He could play Bishop F2. I don't quite see why, but
of course he goes for Queen E3. I mean, it just so tempting. Only that he I think absolutely rightly at 11 minutes there was just no reason to rush, and Bishop F2 on the board. And okay, this is just such a dream.
Yeah, technical win. Okay, we can switch. Let's come back to Richie Rapport, because the game has moved on considerably.
Yeah, well, and look at this now already. Eric felt the need to sacrifice the exchange to get this light squared bishop. Of course, Queen E4, probably he wants Bishop C6, so it's not entirely. However, white also has some intermezzos with Rook G3 hitting on G7. Also something that one can pay attention, but also Queen E4 looks like it should be good enough. I mean, Queen E4, Bishop C6, Queen F5. Is that a way? But I'm not sure, because Bishop F3, Queen C8, Queen D. No, then I can take GF, but it's a bit messy.
It's a bit messy, but it might.
Might just win for white. Yeah,
might just win for white. Maybe I think the king escapes actually.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, he needs to. He's taking his time. He's taken it.
Yeah, he has taken it. So basically, then I guess we might be seeing this fourth line. I mean, at least the players are calculating it. Bishop C6, Queen F5, Bishop takes F3, for example, Queen takes C8. And after Queen D2, luckily the bishop protects the rook, so white can take GF, and Queen takes B2 runs into Queen D8 check, and Queen takes E3 check. King G2 is not perpetual because, okay, white gets King to G3 and it wins.
Yeah, I mean, actually it's pretty safe. You know, the knight is pinned at the back and it's just an extra rook. So yeah, looks pretty good for Richie. Interesting. So, well, I suspect he won't play Bishop C6. He's going to have to try something else, but it just looks like a win for white now. I mean, you can transfer
white is
to the king
attack
side.
Yeah, white is attacking and white is an exchange up. Yeah, so black
should be winning.
Yeah, black needs some miracle, but there is no miracle. Yeah, Bishop C6 on the board.
Really interesting to see. I think from memory, Richie plays his games so quickly. He's so fluent.
Well, I mean, you should, one thing you should not do, give him a comfortable position. I mean, you should always put Richie under some problems, but it's easier said than done, and you have to be a real maestro. I mean, now also with this opening, yeah, he just didn't let Eric show any kind of preparation. He forced him out of his comfort zone immediately and got everything he wanted. I mean, just by judging the position that we have seen. Okay, now finally the move queen e6, but this is some kind of a capitulation. Now just trade on e6 and play rook g3, exchange up, and completely winning even strategically.
Yeah. Looks like a dream. Okay, listen, let's switch over. I'm intrigued by the game between Pragnananda and Duda, because that looks like a really sharp Nimzo position.
Yes, this is a big strategical clash. I mean, both sides are using all kinds of classical ideas. Yeah, white is trying everything that you should with this pawn structure. I mean, guarding it with a knight on d2, creating counterplay with f4. Black is also has placed all his pieces like you should. And now the move knight f6, putting pressure on the queen, trying to target the c4 pawn, but this knight on f6 is kind of loose.
What was the game in Tata Steel where there was an exchange sack on f6?
It was Jordan Anish, the Dutch duel.
Oh, yes, that's right. That's right. Yeah. I mean, that was, a very classical white victory in the Nimzo Indian. Anish was, I think, really out of his comfort zone somehow. It feels like we're in that territory. You know, white is very close to a crushing exchange sacrifice. Okay, so why don't we just avoid the exchange of queens and let's just drop back? Yeah.
Well, to c2 or to d1, even there is argument for d1, yeah, because if we want to take fe and rook f6, but Prag went queen c2, I thought like there is some argument for queen d1.
True, yeah. In any case, definitely a threat to exchange on e5 and take on f6.
But hang on, let me show this, because this is beautiful. After queen d1, there is an idea like black can take e d4, and after c d4 play knight d5.
Oh, fantastic! Very, very nice.
And at least I'm getting one of the bishops, yeah, and also starting knight c3. You can't really. I mean, that's the reason why Prag, of course, played the move queen c2.
But actually, okay, it's a beautiful move. But frankly, is it that good? Because white still has queen f3 in that position.
Yes, of course. No, I mean, I wanted to show it because of the beauty. But
for it's very elegant. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, knight e3, queen e3, and probably white is claiming advantage. Yeah,
exactly.
I just wanted to highlight it, like, yeah,
sure.
There might be this beautiful idea, but I mean, I'm not getting what Duda is doing, because this was the position, right? I mean, this is the position when we came. Yeah, white played the move f4. It seems like black's knight on d7 is wonderfully placed, covering the e5 square and everything. So what he did, and this queen on a4 doesn't really disturb me at all. It's far from action, yeah? And he opted for knight f6, and after queen c2, move back with the knight to d7. Pragya immediately played rook b1, yeah, getting his rook closer to action, and after rook d8 knights, his move. I mean, I feel like the last couple of moves were clearly in white's favor.
True, but it's actually very difficult for white to move forward in this position. At some point, you know, white has to commit the pawns, and it's not so simple actually.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's also what black is trying. I mean, he's trying to make as many good waiting moves as possible, but also not so easy to wait with black. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. King h1 played and f6.
Yeah, f6, reinforcing the center. I also wanted to highlight that usually in this type of positions, always the question is, should you push c5 or not? Yeah, and when do you push c5? Is it a good idea, or is it premature? I think this is always one of the critical questions here. Bishop g1 played.
Looks like Prag is waiting as well.
Yeah, because okay, this f6 move is a long-term weakening. However, maybe Duda is also trying to get queen to f7, putting. I mean, this is the only weak spot in white's position, the c4 pawn. Black should try to target it, but also placing the queen into the pin along the f file, it's not so natural. But if you can't punish me, then I want to play queen f7.
Yeah, why not? No, I'm not. I don't see a clear plan for white in this position. This is. But
he went for rook f7. I mean, I'm not such a big fan of this rook f7. I don't know. I mean, somehow it feels like the light squares are getting very, very weak, very vulnerable on the king side.
But I think perhaps he wants to play rook e7 and then go for c5 and try to build up some pressure on the e file.
Yeah, bishop e2 was very tempting, but I mean, you move the rook and it's still not obvious what I'm achieving with this.
Yeah, true.
I mean, even with the bishop on d3, you claim that you might want to go rook e7. So after bishop e2, I'm expecting you to go rook e7. Yeah, on the board, queen d1.
Now, is it the moment for c5? This is the move I want to make.
Yeah, by the way, just a quick update. Leko mated Gavin Jones. No surprises there. It was a merciless attack, and Magnus has converted the technical win against Hans. So those are the updates, and the game Jordan Fanforest against Vidit ended in a draw. All the remaining games are in progress. Wow, King H8.
Really very, very tense position. I keep wanting to play c5 for black because I want to force d5 and then it's possible to take on f4 and to claim the e5 square.
Yeah, but okay, now after King H8, it's white to move. And basically it means that your next move gonna be c5 for sure, yeah?
Well, that's what I've been wanting to play for some time.
Yes, yeah, because it's a big question, yeah, that why Duda feels like he does not want to commit c5. Probably the reason is but fe5, d5, d5, then you get this knight b7, knight d6 stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, knight b7, there is queen a4 hitting the bishop, which is of course very unpleasant, but
well,
okay,
even there, actually,
knight b8 you have, yeah?
Knight b8 is actually fine, you know.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
So anyway, c5 feels like it's been coming for a long time.
Yeah, and now especially after white moved the bishop back to d3. No, knight f8, really? I mean, no c5 at all?
Well, so, maybe he's just saying, okay, white can't improve the position, basically. It is very difficult for white to do anything at all here. It's very interesting.
Yeah, thanks to this bishop a6, knight a5 construction, yeah, hitting on c4 pawn. White feels like he's stuck with these pieces. Usually, this type of positions, engines are very, very impressive. I mean, they always find some really obscure way of, getting everything right. But that's computer magic, yeah.
Of course, playing knight f8 guards some of the light squares on the king side, but also sets up the move queen c6 for black just to increase pressure on c4. So it's another option if you want to. Oh, f5. Okay, that's committal. That's very committal.
Yeah, on the other hand, now we know exactly that now that f5 is played after c5, white will very happily play d5, lock everything down. Now pawn on c4 will be safe forever. And white will start g4, h4, g5 ideas.
That's a different story. But of course, just to explain, yes. I know you know this, Peter, but when the pawn's on f4, then of course d5, and then you take on f4, and that's a completely different story because the knight comes to e5. But yeah, absolutely. With the pawn on f5, matters have changed. So how do we do this? Do we go for queen c6?
c6, trying to break with d5. Trying to break with d5.
Well, that certainly makes g4 look very unattractive when the center is rather fluid. Yeah, I have to say, I like black's position here. It feels like a counterattack is coming.
Yeah, and both sides down to 2 minutes each. It matters much more than how do you feel the position than the objective evaluation. Yeah, that now the engine bar still gives white an advantage. It doesn't mean anything at all. In few moves, it might already claim advantage for black. Yeah, also black has very clear way of going queen f7, hitting the c4 pawn, getting ready for d6, d5. I mean, white needs some very, very bishop h2, very interesting move, putting pressure on the e5 pawn. So discouraging d5 because then d5, fe5, f6 will be probably a deadly counterattack from white. Very well played by Prague.
but queen f7 anyway, just to hit that pawn on c4.
Yeah, but okay, this case now after queen f7, we can just protect. Yeah, queen e2, knowing that d5 is not really a threat.
And now the queen is opposite the rook, which feels, well, with the bishop on h2, yeah, it's difficult to open. But we're getting close. Wow.
Yeah, wow. I mean,
nothing
bishop h2 was wonderful move by Prague.
Yeah. So
And
just to recap, we're actually not at this position. The queen hasn't gone to f7.
Yes. I mean, bishop h2 hitting on e5. It's a prophylactic move against d6, d5. And look at this, what an effect it had. Jan-Krzysztof is already now spending more than a minute. And that is wonderful news for white, yeah, because if white gets low on the clock with 1 minute in such a complicated middle game position, it will be very difficult to play. b5.
Yeah, it's funny. I was just looking at that, but actually I don't like it because I think this gets taken.
CB and then how do you recapture?
Yeah, it looks odd to me. I mean, maybe.
I mean, you can't take with the bishop because of c4 and queen a4. Yeah, we should highlight this immediately. And black might lose a piece. So after cb5, black has to capture with cb5, and then you are stuck with this terrible bishop.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is the reason I thought this was rather dubious for black, actually.
But okay, I mean, yeah, now it forces black to make some decision. It's they are both down to a minute.
I mean, in that position, white, after the exchange, white can play a4 because, of course, the pawn on b5 is pinned, and that feels a bit uncomfortable because that knight on a5 could be vulnerable. It feels dubious to me.
Yeah, feels dubious, but okay, it's a practical choice. Black and knight f3. Prague goes all in. I mean, I feel like the move knight f3 is a little bit of a nervous move. I mean, he's willing to sacrifice this pawn, saying that, okay, you know what, I just gonna go for an attack, but I'm not sure. I can't judge this so quickly. So let's take this pawn, yeah, for example, with the knight.
Yep. Okay. So the question is, do we want to give up the bishop or not? Or do we just play knight? Probably we should take it because knight b2 is coming anyway.
Exactly. It's a threat, and already maybe some d5 as well. So bishop c4, bc, but where is the mating attack? And it feels like black is, yeah, it's on the board. Queen c2. I mean, no, this Prague lost control.
I mean, maybe he's just hoping that, you know, he's shot out the bishop on a6 for the moment, but doesn't feel great, does it? I mean, both, unless white does something dramatic, then both knight and bishop are actually locked out of play. Yes, he can take in, the bishop comes to g1, so that puts the bishop back into play. Maybe it's not so bad.
Yeah, no, not so bad. Only that we liked white's position, actually. I mean, we preferred white's position, and now suddenly it's some kind of a compensation, but not really obvious if white is really fighting for. I don't think that white can fight for an advantage, maximum for. And now after c5, bishop b5, bishop a4 is one more idea that black has. Yeah, takes.
Yeah, and now the bishop, of course, can come back to b7 to attack the e4 pawn.
Yeah, now this e4 pawn is really vulnerable.
Both under a minute. Really interesting strategic game. There's such a rich position, actually.
Yeah, and so difficult to play with little time on the clock. Yeah, it's really a typical position. You need to invest like 20 minutes to understand what your plan might be, because just making a move, rook b7, very aggressive move, immediately going for rook b2.
Yeah, I think this looks pretty bad now. I think basically white is going to suffer on the second rank and on the long diagonal. I think the g2 pawn and e4 pawn, their targets. I think this is turned bad. This has gone really bad. Well, that's a randomizer.
Yeah, it had to be played. I mean,
Yes.
good or bad, it had to be played on practical terms. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not good. It's still not good, but yeah, it's like one of those moves that is white has to change the nature of the position. It's interesting. Is the eval bar still saying it's equal, actually?
Exactly. Yeah.
Wow.
And look at this now. Duda is down to 20 seconds. I'm trying to understand that after FE5, what is exactly the move you take with the bishop? Probably with the bishop.
Takes with the bishop and plays F6.
F6, exactly. Because Rook D8 is met by F6.
That's the idea. Okay, not so clear.
Not so clear. Yeah. So we are expecting the move F6.
Huh. Just for one moment, Black's pieces are just a little bit uncoordinated. The bishop on A6, which was coming to the dream square B7 a moment ago if the rook came to B2, now it's stuck out of play. Wow. Well, I have to say, very well spotted by Pragg. He seized his moment.
Yeah, he's an incredible tactician. Yeah, he's very, very dynamic. King G8 played, trying to find safety with FG7, probably knight G6. Pragg is now down to 20 seconds as well. I mean, the rook on B7 still very nicely defends on the 7th. I mean, it stops any kind of F7 checks. Rook D8, Queen D8, FG7. I'm expecting the move knight G6.
E6 or G6? Don't know.
Yeah, it's a big question, but somehow that knight G6 gives me a tempo, but of course, you're going to go bishop F6, then Queen D3.
Yeah.
We also see that the evaluation bar now again says that this was a terrible. Can white play Queen F2? Maybe now white can play Queen F2.
Probably has to.
Probably that's the move.
Wow.
No, bishop F6. Okay, bishop F6 also.
Still likes it. So E5 is coming, I guess. I suppose this is the idea for white. Okay, Queen C1. Queen H6.
Yeah, but Rook F7. I mean, the rook is hanging still.
Rook D1, Rook D1.
Rook D1, Rook F6.
Oh, just giving up the queen.
Yeah, giving up the queen. I mean, and Pragg is down to 15 seconds. I mean, it's just, how do you calculate this?
Mad. Yeah, but
wow. Okay, we are getting the message from Tadeusz. Once the game ends, we will show that after Queen D3 there was this incredible triple exclamation mark Rook D1 move, giving up the queen and then going. Pragg is now down to 13 seconds and he's losing now.
So how does he do it? So it's Queen C6. Okay, yeah. and all right, Black has consolidated.
Wow, I mean, yeah, now it's basically over. Yeah, Pragg is down to a few seconds. The bishop is loose. G7 pawn is falling. So now we have the chance to
Bishop
move back
B7,
to this.
Bishop B7, that's the move, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, now also Rook takes G. I mean, okay, it's just anything seems to be winning.
Yeah.
Knight F4. Yeah, covering the H6. Yeah, that's
a good move.
It's over, yeah. Now Knight E2.
That's resigns. That's got to be it. Just picking up.
Wow. But I mean, how dramatic it was. Look at this after Queen D3. Tadeusz told us that computer immediately spots this incredible Rook D1 idea. And after Queen takes E2, Rook D8 check. And you are winning. Apparently, you are winning. Yeah, King F7, G8, Queen. And King F6, Rook D6 leads to checkmate. Wow, I mean, this would have been incredible, but I mean, with few seconds on the clock, it's just impossible to notice this. We felt like maybe Queen F2 was the more natural human way of playing, because after Bishop F6, if you don't spot this Rook D1, then you lose the momentum, that's for sure. Wow, brilliant.
Peter, there's just one game still in play, and that's Lei Tingjie against Pantala Hari Krishna. So Hari has this pawn on A2. Yeah,
this is a win. This is an elemental win because the F pawn wins the game. Yeah,
Oh,
you
yes.
will Zugzwang wide because
Zugzwang.
and you will lose the e3 pawn. Okay,
Yep.
king e4 is played also. It's the same idea that you can't move the rook, you have to keep. You can't move the king here because then rook h1 comes. So the only square is king h2, but then black comes with king f3 and stalemates you.
Yeah.
And then you have to give everything. And if there would be no f pawn, it would be a draw because g pawn is not winning. But with the f pawn, you can just push it and it's a trivial win.
Yeah. Game over. Yeah, so we're expecting resigns there, basically.
Yeah, now king f3 and that's it. Yeah, and it will be already the third loss in this variation for Lighting G. h6, gh, h5. I mean, basically now all that black needs to do is to give a tempo. Yeah, so I'm expecting king f2 to be good enough. Yeah.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, just king f2 and basically nothing changed.
Yeah, seems fine.
Yeah, and then it will be Zugzwang.
Is that on the board?
No, not yet, but okay, Harry has more than 5 minutes on the clock. So yeah, king f2 on the board and that's it.
Yeah, nice technique. It's classic endgame theory.
Yeah.
Well, let me just... Oh yeah, game over. So all the games are complete. So after that dramatic fifth round, where there were so many decisive results, we have Lei Kwang Liem on 13 out of 15. Carlsen, Ding, and Niemann on 10 out of 15. Van Foreest, Vidit, and Duda on 9 out of 15. Ritchie on 8 out of 15. Those are the top 8. So fascinating stuff. We've still got over 10 minutes till the next round. Let me just run through the pairings. We have Niemann against Lei. We have Ju and Jun against Jones, Vidit, Anton, Duda, Van Foreest, Hari Krishna against Pragnananda, Hansen against Lei, Ding against Rapport, Carlsen, Navara. More action coming. And just a quick reminder that this is a fundraiser. It's the Charity Cup. And Play Magnus Group have partnered with UNICEF, United Nations Children's Fund, to raise funds to support children in Ukraine. And so far, $22,452 has been raised, which is absolutely fantastic. Thank you, everyone who has donated so far. It's a privilege to be involved in this event, and at least we can do something. And hopefully everyone's entertained by the chess as well. So I think what we'll do is we'll take a short break, but we will see you for round 6 at the top of the hour. That's when the round starts. So we will see you very soon.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan-Krzysztof and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Krzysztof Silecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker. But follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. And they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh,
Welcome back to the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour and the Charity Cup, really special event. We're partnering with UNICEF, United Nations Children's Fund, and raising money for children in Ukraine. So do donate if you can, and enjoy some fantastic chess as well. So we're into round 6, and well, we've already earmarked a couple of very special pairings. Peter, let's talk through them.
Yeah, I mean, we have this incredible game between Dingley and Rapport Richie. I mean, Richard Rapport, very, very interesting. And we have seen Ding is now also on fire. Richie also started with a very convincing win. They both will try to keep their momentum going. There is also Magnus Carlsen, who has beaten Hans Niemann very convincingly with the white pieces, getting another chance with the white pieces, this time against David Navara. So certainly Magnus will try to get his streak going. But if David wants to qualify, I mean, he really needs to do a catch up, because he's missing points. Yeah, he did draw now against Dingley then, but I mean, draws doesn't really give anything. He needs to start winning, of course. Start winning against Magnus with the black piece is probably not the right moment. It's the right moment to stabilize yourself with the draw. I think here David would get the confidence necessary to try to target the last 2 games of the day.
But I just wonder, how much online chess does David Navara play? I'm not sure he plays so much. I think of him as being, of course, a fantastically talented over-the-board player, but I don't recall him playing too much online. And as we know, this is a very different beast to normal over-the-board play, and I think he's suffering. Our producer is telling us he likes to play a lot of Fischer 960, but not so much Bullet and Rapid. There we are. Yeah, I don't recall his name so much over the past couple of years. I think of him as being quite an over-the-board traditionalist. And
yes,
yeah, he's suffering at the moment, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, it can turn any moment. Yeah, because the good thing is it's a 15 rounds preliminary round robin tournament. It's not a knockout event that you start badly, you are not yet in shape, or you are not used to the circumstances, and then you lose and then you are out. So here you still have chance, but he needs to find his rhythm. And definitely if he finds the rhythm that we know from him, then he can still come back, but otherwise it's going to be very tough.
Yeah. By the way, another very interesting pairing is Lei Liem against Hans Niemann. So Lei is leading the tournament with 13, and Hans has 10. So, well, after his loss against Magnus, he's dipped down a little bit, but absolutely in contention in joint second position. So that is another very big game. Where we can see the players just about ready to start. Yeah, there's Ding and Richie. Let's see. I wonder if Richie can keep up his rapid fire play. He has been so impressively quick. D4,
wow,
D6.
D4, D6. Wow.
Fighting move. Now, are we going to see Bishop G4? Or are we going to see, something more traditional?
Knight F3, Knight F6. Okay, C4. Will we see G6, Knight C3, Bishop F5? That's the big question, no?
A quirky little system.
Yeah, but on the other hand, also now Ding, knowing that he likes to play a lot of GC systems, especially now that Black has already committed D6, he might be getting his beloved King's Indian setup with G3, bishop G2. Yeah, and he goes for G3. And it's somehow tempting.
Very tempting. It's funny, you know, White seemed to sort of be able to control all these tactics, and you know, in the old days, then you know, in the days of Bronstein and Tal, then Black seemed to generate enough play, but White discovered how to put a lid on the tactics, and D6 was kind of discredited, and that's why everyone turned to C6 and D5. So this is very much old school. But Bishop F5, well, that's the move that you were hinting that could be played, Peter.
Yeah,
so that gives position a little twist.
Kind of a very popular system, especially in online rapids, I think, or online blitz. The idea basically is that after knight c3, I guess Black uses the moment and immediately enters with his knight to e4 and then puts some pressure. And it reminds me also that Richie was playing a lot of Queen's Indians with b6, bishop b7 and bishop e7 the traditional way, and then he always wanted to meet this knight c3 with knight e4. So it's kind of very much in Richie's spirit to do this. And England is still hesitant. Do I really want to put this knight on c3? Because if the knight is not on c3, then of course knight e4 is not a ideal move for Black, because White can simply play knight h4, hitting the bishop. But then do you play a move like b3 and then try to play bishop b2, or is it too much?
Well, why not? White can play like this. Why not? I mean, this is the sort of pragmatic way of playing with b3 and bishop b2.
Yeah, from other move orders, I do remember that something like knight c3, c6. Yeah, because usually it happens from c6 systems that after knight c3, Black plays bishop f5. There, I believe that there are moves like knight e1, yeah, covering the e4 square, and knight g5, both two moves which are playable and were already, I think, played by Dingley then. I don't remember if it was knight e1 or knight g5, but one of these moves he already played, I believe.
Yeah, I remember playing knight e1 in this position.
Yeah, but knight's different, yeah, because he haven't committed. Haven't committed the knight yet to c3.
And actually, yeah, in the position with c6, that's comfortable for White. I mean, pleasant, very pleasant. But yeah, knight c3, knight e4 is different and trickier. So I guess we could. And on knight h4, are we going to play?
No, I thought, like you said, we could maybe move, yeah, because then is thinking, and we have to look, and Magnus against Navara, what kind of, it's clearly anti-Berlin, but which line exactly? So takes, knight bd2, knight d7, knight c4 f6, bishop d2. This is also kind of my setup from Black, or it used to be my setup. I haven't played a single tournament game for more than 2 years already. Knight b6, knight a5. Typical way of putting the knight on a5 against knight b6, putting pressure on the b7 pawn, making sure that Black will not feel so comfortable developing this bishop. Queen e7, probably stopping b4, yeah? Black is stopping b4.
Well, we could start it again with a3.
Yes, but then at least, he says that, I wanted to get queen d6, and then, a3 on the board. After b4, maybe some bishop d6, c5 break might appear.
Okay, but early days, we saw something similar to this yesterday. Let's go back to Ding against Rapport, because we've had a couple more moves there.
Exactly. So after spending almost 3 minutes, Dingley opted for rook e1, just like in the Queen's Indian, very much in this spirit. Before playing knight c3, knight c6, now he opts for knight c3. After knight e4, he plays knight d5. Wow, interesting. Because now that Black committed the knight to c6, Black is not able to kick the knight away with c6. That's the justification behind knight d5. Now Richie goes back bishop d7, probably hinting at a move like e6.
Yeah, I mean, we should explain that with the bishop on f5, if e6, then the knight will come back to e3 to take that bishop. So that's why the bishop has dropped back to d7. And now e6 is a possibility. but now the knight is attacked. Okay, big question. Is he going to play f5?
Yeah, and then we transpose to some kind of a Leningrad Dutch.
Yeah.
Yeah, after f5.
But
look at this. I mean, Richie, now, if you look at his clock situation, what is your take? Is this still preparation or is he just trolling, bluffing? I don't know what he's doing, but certainly disbalancing Dingwiren for sure.
But actually, why not f5? Because white has to deal with the threat to the pawn on d4. And in these positions, when I'm playing with white, in these kind of Dutch positions, I don't like to have my rook on e1. I prefer it on f1.
Yeah, so probably we have to move it to d1 now.
Yeah. Has he played this? Oh yeah, he's played f5.
F5 on the board, yeah, on the board.
And
I'm kind of expecting rook d1, or there is some real justification of white's play.
And then e6.
Yeah, rook d1, e6, and then the big question: where do we put this knight? Yeah,
but actually, I think, you know, I've seen far worse Leningrad Dutches than this.
Certainly. I mean, it feels like black wins some tempest.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, you know, for tactical possibilities, I would prefer to have my rook on f1 because I get nervous with that pawn on f2. Oh, we're being told by our producer, Tad, that this is a game Korchnoi against Murray.
Wow.
Which Murray won.
And certainly a game I have never seen in my life. I hear it from the first time. It's not my classical type of opening position, right?
We'll have to look that one up.
Yeah, f5. I mean, okay, I feel like the move rook d1 is so natural, but if already Ding is taking so much time, I feel like he wants to find a more critical move. But
yeah, but I'm not surprised because it's, you know, black already has a lot of action in this position with e6 and possibly, you know, pushing the e pawn further and d4 is, you know, a little bit under fire, you know, e6 and queen f6, or I don't know. It just feels like black has all the kind of moves you want, because very often in these kind of Dutch positions, the big problem for black is how you develop the queenside pieces, how you bring the knight on b8 and the bishop on c8 into play. But here, they've actually found decent squares. Very often when the knight comes to c6, it gets disrupted by d5. But here, black has developed already. So I'm not surprised that Ding is hesitating here, because it just feels like black has a lot of play already.
Yeah, and this knight on d5 is a little bit awkward. Yeah, finally the move rook d1 is on the board. There was no other, but look at this already. Ding spent 5 minutes and he can't really be really happy. So this is time very badly invested, yeah, because usually you end up in such position if you play automatically, but spending 5 minutes and getting this is a nightmare scenario.
Well, actually, I mean, e6 is the obvious move, but I was just no. I was thinking of something completely daft. No, we should play e6. I'm not even going to mention what I was going to dream.
Yeah, so let's put e6 on the board then. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna come back knight c6. I really want to target this knight on e4. I want to. Okay, I'm not so happy trading because then you might get all this e5, but I feel like I need to.
Okay, it's a pragmatic move, but yeah, I mean that could just be exchanged off. It's not so.
And then the big question is, how do I recapture? Because you know me, yeah, that I hate to play moves like b takes c3 because I can't even stand the look of such pawns. But at the same time, I feel like here there is some justification. I might be tempted to take bc.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if you recapture with the queen, then that feels pretty uncomfortable with the bishop on g7. That's not very pleasant.
Wow, a5.
A5.
There you go, surprise.
Richie, he goes his own way. Fantastic.
Yeah, okay, a5, but I'm not entirely sure. I mean, even if I will later after e6, knight c3, knight takes c3, bc is 3, I'm capturing like this. I'm very happy that black has already committed the pawn to a5. Bishop e3. Yeah, now white stable. I think that this a5 is certainly a big loss of a tempo because white was anyway not stepping b4. I'm not liking this.
Yeah, it
for
doesn't
black.
It doesn't fit in.
And we are told that the game between Carlsen and Murray went actually e6, knight c3, and b takes c3 happened. So this knight takes c3, b takes c3 happened in the game Carlsen or Murray. Yeah, it feels very, very natural. I was thinking like if black starts something like knight a5, I would be very happy to just sacrifice this pawn. Yeah, c5, dc5, I don't know, bishop a3 or bishop f4, and then get knight e5 and just open up the position. Yeah, playing
sure, but knight a5 is kind of asking for it, and surely
yes.
It's just better to bring out the queen.
Yeah, definitely. I just wanted to highlight why I
actually, Peter, nice move, queen e8 in this position, because I want to look later at playing bishop a4. But anyway, just moving the queen away from the d file, we're ready to play e5, e4. And we're being told that queen e8 was Murray's move, but it feels like such a natural Dutch move, actually.
Yeah. Very nice move, very much in the spirit. But okay, Richie does something else. He actually puts his pawn on a4, but this is I think some misjudgment. He just wants to play too quickly. He does not want to commit in the center yet, but giving two tempos to get the pawn to a4, I would be happy now from white side.
We got to have faith in Richie. There's method in his madness. Let's see what happens. But yeah, has he pushed it too far?
Yeah, but somehow I feel like now at least white got this breathing time that he really wanted, and the reason why Ding spent so much time for rook d1 that he was not sure if he will be able to keep everything under control. Yeah, but after a5, a4 now, I feel like okay, white should be really happy with what he got.
Yeah, different story. Let's do a quick tour of some of the boards. Where are we going to go next? How about Duda against Van Foreest? How's that?
Wow! What is this?
Oh, very interesting. An open H file.
Open H file. A king which lost the right to castle, but it's an endgame and a very solid structure. So actually, I believe white doesn't mind not castling at all. Rook is already on play on the H file. Looks a bit better for white. Looks a bit. Also, this double pawn on f4 is very, very nice because it gives access to the e5 square, which would, I mean, a knight on e5 would be just lovely. Of course, be careful because knight takes d3. There's a pin here, but in general, yeah, after kicking this knight away and getting a chance to play knight e5, it looks very promising.
Yeah, but still a very tricky position. You know,
okay, let me play knight e5 and please show me your tricks.
Okay, that's a challenge. That's a challenge. Okay, well, I'll put the bishop back on e6, of course.
Yes, bishop e6 solid, and probably I will. Okay, but I'm also tempted just to go knight e4 and then try to go knight c5, knight g5.
Well, I need to be to counter knight g5. I need to put the knight back, and you see, I want to play. So I'll play knight f6, and I want to. You see, this was my.
But I mean, now I'm going knight c5.
Now knight c5. Okay, this is a problem. Okay, that's a problem. Covering b3.
This is a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah, knight e5 on the board. You know, I'm not doing fair play with you because I'm so much in love with white's position that I picked it immediately, and you have to defend. It's not fair. Knight e5 on the board.
Yeah, looks good. Okay, so wait a second. Let's just have a quick look at that position after bishop e6, knight e4 again, because yes. I mean that's the obvious move. So actually, in fact, it's not just knight g5, but knight c5 is quite a serious idea here.
Yeah, I somehow intuitively felt that maybe you need to go knight d7. I was a little bit worried of knight d7, but only for the fact that I felt like after that maybe I'm only a little bit better. Probably you need to play this move.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at a crazy line just now, knight d7, knight g5, and then black takes on e5, and then white takes on e6, black recaptures, f takes, and at the end, then rook takes f2.
Yeah, both pawns are hanging.
Yeah, both pawns are hanging. Yeah, maybe bishop e5 instead. But so yeah, maybe knight d7 is okay, but it's.
Yeah, because I'm definitely not very happy of capturing. Yeah, I would. Yeah, knight bishop e6, knight e4 on the board. Maybe I will just retreat my knight to f3. It could be just keeping all the pieces on the board.
Yeah, but then it is possible to play the knight back to f6 and to try and get in bishop b3.
Yeah.
So it.
Knight e4, rook a d8, just rook a d8. But I really believe that knight d7 was essential here for black. Rook a d8 doesn't fit. I mean, now for example, knight c5, bishop c8. You will never have the move knight d7, right? Because knight d7 and then knight takes b7, and then you are in some kind of a Paketovich. I mean, this is really packet. I mean, this is an eternal Paketovich, yeah, because you cannot go knight d7, then always takes and hitting on b7, and the two knights are dominating the position. Just slow play with bishop d2, rook c1. I mean, just standard stuff, b4, and just enjoy everything.
Well, okay, in that position, I'm also I'm looking at because black actually needs to react very, very quickly here, and I'm looking at some crazy stuff with g5 to undermine the knight on e5. But it's white's move first, of course. So if white has an answer to that, then
yes. Well,
yeah.
Tadea's producer mentions that bishop h3, according to computer, is very, very unpleasant because oh wow, you have to play e6 because after bishop h3 you would love to take, but then you cannot defend the b7 pawn. After rook b8, knight d7 forks, which means that you are already forced to take on e5, which looks like a disaster. And knight c5, bishop c8 on the board. It might be very important if bishop h3 is so strong. If it forces e6, then that's a total nightmare.
Yeah, it does look promising. Can we go to the all Indian battle? Kantala Hari Krishna against Ramesh Babu Pragnananda.
By the way, just an update. Duda went for bishop h3. So yeah, Jordan is in big suffering. And yeah, we are now with Hari versus Prague. Very, very double-edged position. Yeah, white definitely has wonderful prospects due to the locked out bishop on g7 and the vulnerable pawns, but black also has its own trumps with knight on d5, queen c6, rook c8, trying also to invade with queen c2 or just go rook fd8. I mean, a lot to play for here.
It doesn't look so clear to me. I mean, I think if black can exchange queens, actually, then that could be quite pleasant because the e5 pawn somehow is always under fire. So maybe just queen c2 here. Is that possible?
Yeah, queen c2 is the very first move I also considered. Yeah, it's the move, and the big question, how Hari wants to react to it.
I mean, I was thinking just giving up the b pawn, maybe queen e2. Is that legal?
Well, legal, probably legal, but
maybe not good.
I mean, yeah, what does it give us? Yeah, queen b2, because there is also rook b1, knight c3 idea.
Yeah, the knight on d5 holds black's position together.
But wow, he opted for queen b6 for some reason. He opted for, I mean, was it the reason that after queen c2, white had the chance to play knight d4 and Praga did not want to give this option?
Maybe, but even that endgame, because black can take on e5.
Exactly.
It's probably not so bad for black.
I felt like black has nothing to worry about. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So it's a little bit strange. That's why I'm guessing that this is some kind of an ambitious move, or I don't know. But if white stabilizes, then actually in long terms white can be better. So black should make sure that he uses the momentum, because two more stabilizing moves, something like b3, queen e2, rook c1, and white will have all the fun.
I wonder whether he's thinking about playing rook f5 and rook f8.
but I'm always a big fan of exchange sacrifices, but now exactly I don't feel the very big danger after rook takes f3. Yeah, this knight on d5, bishop g7 is more of a defensive setup than an attacking one.
Yeah, I understand, but if the knight remains on d5, then defensive or not.
Yeah,
could be
but
interesting.
hang on. I'm looking at the board of Dingleren and Rapport, and this is completely out of control. Look at this madness. White knight on g6, protected by pawn on h5. Now knight on a5, getting a grip on the b3 square. It feels to me like black has achieved everything he wanted.
Yeah, but the knight on g6 would worry me if I were black.
But this knight doesn't really do that much, no, and also the pawn on h5 is vulnerable.
To knight f6. Queen e8. There we are. So that holds the pawn on a4, but also, yeah, as you point out, looking at the pawn on h5. So yeah, maybe the knight just wants to duck back to f6. How are the clock times? Well, Rapport with 9.5 minutes, Ding with close to 5 minutes. So significant time advantage for Richie.
Yeah, and in a position where time really matters, yeah, because it's such a complex and difficult position to play for both sides. And you remember we were critical of this a5, a4, that why do you push this? Now, of course, this is a dream scenario. Thanks to this, if white's pawn would be on a2, we would be actually saying that white is perfectly fine, everything is under control. But just that this pawn is on a3 and the b3 square is vulnerable, black has all the control.
Peter, should we just go back a couple of moves and see exactly how we got here? That's how we left it.
Yeah, a4, and for some reason here, Ding started some very strange operation. He went h4, h6, and a3. Two moves I don't approve at all. Why wouldn't you just play a move like rook c1? Just very natural standard move, not to weaken with a3. And now after knight a5, I'm already a fan of black's position. You really made all the reasons why you pushed a5, a4. You got what you wanted. And yeah, provoking h5, going back, because this construction does nothing now. And queen e8 on the board. And Ding is down to 4 minutes. How do you play? White is in a lot of trouble. I think Richie has real chances here to win a very, very big game against Ding.
Yeah, at the moment, I simply can't see an answer to knight f6. And if the pawn drops, then the knight is in trouble. So I wonder if Ding is going to have to go crazy here with some kind of sacrifice with knight on e5. But frankly, I can't see a way to make it work.
That was also the reason why Richie, of course, moved out of these danger zones. Yeah, that maybe after some knight e5, d5, d5, things could escalate on the d file, and he was not interested finding this out. He just opted for queen e8, sidestepping all this.
Ooh, well, this is huge.
And already down to 3 minutes. Yeah, not easy to find the move at all.
How's Ding looking? Let me have a quick look at his demeanor. No, not giving much away. Richie looks pretty calm. Richie looks, the others look like they're playing in an office or something like that. Richie just looks like he's in the lounge. He's on the sofa. He's kind of a bit bored. It's just another Sunday evening.
Yeah, but this is now also a position where you can really enjoy. You can just lean back with black, because white is the one who needs to find some extraordinary ideas to generate some play, which is just for black, it will be so simple to just make the most natural moves in the position. By the way, okay, Ding is thinking, let's move on to Magnus. What did Magnus do? Wow, this is exactly everything that black can ever dream of in an anti-Berlin. The two bishops are alive. Black has the better pawn structure. Black has the two bishops. Magnus's position is strategically in ruins, I would say.
And crucially, actually, David has a time advantage.
Yeah. And you remember I told you that this a3 b4 stuff can always be met by c5. Something similar happened. If black gets nice development, yeah, knight a4, very, very typical. Then also getting ready to kick this knight away with b6. And takes d4. Yeah, Magnus felt like he needs to do something. But very, very nicely timed bishop a4, kicking the queen away. So after ed4, white is not able to take cd because then the pawn is falling on e4. That's the big problem. And after bishop takes d4, now all the strategical trumps are in black's hand. Bishop f4, g3 takes on d2. I mean, Magnus might end up losing some material as well. Knight takes d2. He can't fight for the d5. Yeah, this bishop on a4 is such a monster piece. He probably wants to go queen c4, targeting this bishop somehow. I mean, certainly a dream scenario. And wow. Ding spending all his time going down to 1 minute 50 and goes for g4. He knows that he needs desperate measures here.
But in any case, okay. I wonder after knight f6, is he contemplating some kind of sacrifice on g5?
Trying to, I mean, now that he opened up the rook on the third rank, yeah. But let's take a look. Yeah, what kind of play is he getting?
I guess take on f5.
Okay, takes.
And now is he looking at bishop takes g5?
And bishop g5. Yeah, this is very much in the spirit because g5, knight g5, and this is already, I mean, at least it's massive. We don't know how good it is, but there is life in the position.
I guess so. Yes, maybe an important.
But can I take on h4?
Yeah, bishop d5. I was
bishop
just
d5.
I think this may be the problem actually.
Exactly. Yeah, this is wonderful. Yeah, this bishop d5 is a very nice illustration of what might happen. And yeah, Richie might. You know, first of all, I think after the move g4, he feels, yeah, look at the camera. Yeah, now Richie is much more alive. Yeah, he cannot lean back after g4 anymore. It's action time. Knight f6 on the board. We might be seeing one of these crazy
sacrifices. So he's provoked this. I mean, this is risky. Yeah, I mean, black has lots and lots of options here. It has to be said. You know, one doesn't actually need to accept that sacrifice. That's one thing.
Yeah, also after gf, you can maybe even take on h5 first, yeah?
Right. Yeah, also possible.
Trying to keep more control of things. And f6, bishop e6, then bishop heading to f5 would look terrible for white. Yeah, Ding sacrifices immediately with bishop g5. Yeah, he doesn't want to let this gf5, knight h5 happen.
But well, taking is possible, of course, but it's actually not necessary. Black can consider playing knight takes g4, or indeed f takes g4. This might be a better way to do it. I mean, let's start with f takes g4.
Yeah, you forced me to take on f6, I guess.
Now, are we going to be very brave and take on f3, or is that too much?
But then I take on g7.
Yeah, okay, that's not so good. Okay, so we'll play instead bishop f6.
Yeah, and then knight h2. But I feel like I'm in the game. But
yeah,
Richie took the piece. Richie took the piece. I mean, he took h5, knight g5, and now he took knight g4. After all, he has now a much more stable construction, yeah, with e6 and f5 pawns. Wow, look at this. Look at this. I don't think that we have ever seen something like this, so much traffic on the G file, just with pieces like this.
Rook f6 played.
Incredible.
Well, we know that Ding is an absolute killer if he gets a chance. So he's not afraid to attack. So this is going to be a fantastic finish. But now he's down to a minute.
Yeah, down to a minute, and okay, black is super solid. I mean, basically white only has one pawn and there are no threats. So we can only talk about some positional kind of compensation.
Maybe he's going to play d5 and knight e6. d5 in this position.
Yeah, probably he needs to, because I just don't see any compensation. Yeah, d5 on the board.
Because it does undermine the pawn on f5. So if e5, then knight e6.
Yeah, and trying to open up the light
Yes.
squares.
Exactly.
Just to illustrate, bishop e6, d6, and then already there are hopes to get bishop d5 in. f5 pawn is vulnerable, then also the knight on g4 can be vulnerable. So definitely black will not trade like this.
Not so clear, not so clear. But Richie does have time to invest.
Yeah, e5 on the board. Bishop h3 played instantly.
Okay.
No knight e6 business.
No.
But this I'm not believing. I mean, this knight e6 looked like the only way to create some chances.
The move I want to make now is knight b3, because that, of course, white is bust on the queen side, but the knight is a long way from the action. So at least this one hops in, can go back to c5 or even knight d4 sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, but you have really good eyes and good nerves, yeah, because all my attention was on the king side, and then you find the piece, yeah, and knight b3 on the board. You are playing like Richie.
I'm not sure that's that fills me with confidence. If Richie played it, it's good. If I'm playing it, oh my word.
Yeah, if both of you played it, I think it's a good sign.
Okay. E3. Well, that's interesting that Ding had to well, just slow down for a moment. So that kind of justifies knight's b3 anyway.
Yeah, but okay, the problem is that really white is a piece done, and there are no real counterplays here. It's only that, of course, with black you are nervous because you feel like, okay, I'm piece up, I should be completely winning. How do I win it? And just by nicely transposing it, I think it's a very nice illustration that if nothing is happening, you have an extra piece, you ask the question, which piece is not yet participating in the battle? And after regrouping the knight to c5, it feels like the job is done.
Ding down to 30 seconds. And the eval bar absolutely likes Richie's position. Yeah, he basically, Ding can't clear the traffic on the g file. This is the problem.
Yeah.
I mean, f3 isn't even possible because of knight takes e3. So it looks absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, down to 5 seconds. King g2. Yeah, okay, it's just a move. I mean, he needed to move something.
Yeah, it's not really helping, is it? I mean, if anything, it sets up some tactics as well.
Yeah, e4. Why not? Now the knight might jump to d3, provoking rook takes d3 already. Rook sacrifice, but just to keep on going, not threatening anything.
Yeah, but this knight, what a journey it's had. What a fantastic journey. And rook d4. Well, I mean, knight d3 actually would threaten knight e1 check. So, I mean, why not play knight d3?
Yeah, it's very, very tempting. But I really want to highlight that all of white's trouble started with this pawn on a3. Everything that all this that he went all in on the king side with all these attacks was based on the fact that he made this terrible weakness on the queen side with a3, and he couldn't play strategically, positionally, calmly, couldn't continue playing calmly, and then he was forced to do these things, but there was simply no attack. I mean, he tried to knight this on the board. He tried to create something from and now
91 check. 91 check. Yeah. Game over. That's it.
That's it.
The queen has lost. It's a beautiful family fork, and that is game over.
Yeah, big win, a huge win for Rapport, and it also gives us the chance to move on. I mean,
well, let's go to Magnus's board, because Magnus, let's see, has he recovered?
Yes, I mean, the situation improved. I mean, he's still probably slightly worse with all this vulnerable king position, and this wonderful bishop still on a4 is posing problems.
In practical terms, Still feels very nice for black.
Yeah, on the other hand, at least, I mean, white is kind of very, very close to stabilizing, yeah, just cementing the position, because if one more move like rook e1, I feel like everything is under control. Yeah, rook c2 check immediately, still using this moment.
Still not under control after rook c2. That's an awkward move to meet.
Yeah, so rook e2, maybe I should play rook e2. Let me play rook e2.
Then probably rook takes, just to put the queen on a funny square.
I know, Magnus goes king g1. Okay, good nerves. I mean, leaving the rook on the second rank. Magnus says, you know what, this rook doesn't really disturb me. It's much more important that I get my rook also in the game, and then probably I want to break with some e4, e5. And if suddenly with a double rooks on the e file, white breaks with e5, also black's king on h8 can become a target.
Well, as you say, strong nerves. I wouldn't want to do that myself. Does it?
Yeah, and with 1 minute 30, I mean, basically the move king g1 took Magnus like 5 seconds, or not even 5 seconds. Yeah, that's why I said that it's actually connected to nerves, that he just doesn't mind it at all. Yeah, he was basically inviting rook c2, please come, I don't mind.
That's incredible. I mean, I would want to move the queen over now, maybe queen g6.
Queen g6, okay, but queen g6, what does it really bother me? Okay, I'm gonna go rook a1. Yeah, rook dc8 played. Rook dc8 played. Rook a1. Yeah, Magnus goes rook e1.
I might change my mind to go queen h5 instead.
Could be. Also some bishop b5. Luckily, I still have the b3 square. Queen b3 is not a bad square, but yeah, this queen h5 is interesting.
And now,
hang on. Can you do this? I mean, combining both ideas, bishop b5 and then queen h5, and then threaten queen h3, and I don't have rook e2 ideas. Trying to give checkmate on g2. And I don't have time to use e5 to hit the bishop because of queen h3.
It certainly looks scary. Ooh, we're being told by our producer, Tadeusz, that there's an even stronger move after queen b3. Queen d7, apparently, is very strong.
Yeah, but bishop b5, yeah, that was the key move, that suddenly white loses control of the e2 square. And after queen b3, then yeah, queen d7 probably with the same idea. But even keeping an eye on the d4 pawn, yeah, that's why probably queen d7 even preferred by computers. Yeah, Magnus goes queen d1. I think now Magnus is really worried. I mean, he feels that this is very close to be really bad. I mean, if black gets time to double on the second with rook b2, rook cc2, then it will be just some massacre on the second rank. But luckily for Magnus, I think after rook b2, e5 is probably in time to create counterplay. Queen d7 played.
Ooh, with queen h3 coming. Oh my word, that looks so scary. So scary. The second rank has been conquered by black. I would not have had the nerves to play king g1. And David, it's funny, he's kind of smiling to himself. He looks like he's enjoying the position.
Yes, he is, definitely. But I mean, he's such a gentleman that even sometimes when he's in a miserable position, he still finds the strength to smile, that simply respecting the position of the opponent, yeah. But in this moment, I feel like it's coming from the strength of his position.
Yeah, and absolutely, David is one of the gentlemen chess players in the chess world. It has to be said. He's a really charming guy.
Yeah, absolutely. So now after queen h3, white still has knight d2. That's the difference between queen b3 and queen d1. Magnus, thanks to queen on d1, is able to guard the second rank just in time. So if queen h3 does not win, then actually you don't really want to place your queen to such a compromising square. d5.
I wouldn't mind. It looks pretty good on h3. I'd be pretty happy with putting on h3. I'm just wondering in that position whether after queen h3, knight d2, then we can start being very crude and throw the h pawn up the board or something. I know.
Well, I mean, I'm really hoping to open up something with e5.
Well, h5 gives a little bit of protection on the, solves the back rank problem. That's my...
Yeah, but you can never go h4 because I have queen h5 check. Yeah, then.
Oh, that's true. That's very true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, then
I mean, and now David is also down to 40 seconds. I mean, we might be in for some incredible drama here. Because in a classical game, we would know that, okay, nothing can happen to black. Black is enjoying, black is better. But with few seconds on the clock, this position still has the potential to turn also.
Definitely. And with
Rook b2 played. Trying to double. Very sharp, yeah. Threatening to double. It looks like white could go knight d4, but then already queen h3 comes.
Yeah, then it's the right moment for queen h3, finally.
Yeah, definitely. So Magnus is taking his time, but he doesn't have much. 20 seconds. Super tense, because can he go e5? Yeah, he goes for e5, ignores rooks, and David immediately goes queen h3. Knight d2, fe5, rook e5 will be blitzed out.
So is he just going to play h6 to guard the back rank, and then he's ready to play his rook into c2?
Well, also this bishop on b5, of course, extremely valuable because it guards the e8 square. Yeah, this is also super important.
But maybe just h6 here. Yeah, he's played it.
h6 on
and
the
now
board.
rook c2.
Wow, I mean, definitely one thing is for sure. That's the moment when I see such position and I have 20 seconds, I start blundering everything if I'm playing, yeah. Online, over the board, I think I can still handle, but I'm not used to. d6, bishop c6, what? Queen e2? Oh my God.
But I mean, to play a move like d6 allowing bishop c6, I mean, Magnus is absolutely on the edge here with horrible pins on the second rank.
Yeah.
d6 it looks like it's dropping. Rook e6, I mean, to play this position, it's so difficult for white, but Magnus still managing to find resources.
Well, but it's very hard to imagine that this is not a direct win for black. Yeah, it's
definitely.
Maybe even move like queen f. Can I just come back with the queen and then try to threaten queen c5 check as well? So could be very tempting. Queen f5 on the board.
Could be. That could be game over. I mean, if Magnus survives this
also queen d5.
This would be truly miraculous to survive this.
Yeah, down to 10 seconds. Five.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone.
Yeah. Yeah, played with e1 second. Oh my God! I mean, this is the only practical chance, because if your opponent gets a hard attack from all the tension, then you might win the game. But yeah, rook e5 now, probably just move the queen to f6.
Yeah, and then d6 should drop. It still looks, well, the eval bar says it's completely winning for black, but I don't think that's a surprise by this stage.
Yeah, I mean, just queen f6. Yeah, it just game over. Everything is falling apart. Yeah, queen d3. Now, can black actually take rook d2, queen f3? Is that checkmate, or it's maybe completely unnecessary? I mean, d6 is hanging. Okay, we have to watch out for rook e8 checkmate, but it's rook d2, queen d2, and then what do we get?
But that's so tricky of Magnus. So we should just point that out. So yeah, rook takes d6, rook e8.
Yeah, but David is down to 8 seconds himself. Oof, yeah, he plays rook f8. It's a good move. Yeah, it's a practical move, hitting queen f2. I mean, threatening queen f2 checkmate.
And then rook d2 really should be the end, because then the king has no escape.
Wow. Yeah, queen d4 played.
So can he take on d2 and then queen f3?
Yeah, takes queen f3. We're gonna see this, and now queen h1 checkmate. Yeah, that's it. Magnus resigned. Big smile on David's face. I mean, what a big win for him. Congratulations.
He should, yeah, he's really, really pleased with himself, really proud, and should be, because he's picked up a bunch of flowers there. That's nice. Fantastic.
Yeah, wow,
The
incredible
blue
win.
and yellow,
We have seen two incredible wins by Laporte and by Navara in these two big duels. What do we have? We still have...
I'm very pleased for David. We still have Duda against Van Forest. And
yes,
Hansen
let's take a look at this. Oof, it apparently just wins. F7, 96, Rook G6, Knight F4, and winning the pawn ending, yeah? Just F7, King F8, Knight takes C6, everything is by force, yeah? King F7, Rook G6, King G6, Knight F4, check.
Well spotted. And we've got... Actually, there's a few games. Can we go to Zhu Wenjun against Garwin Jones?
Yeah, this is on the board, yeah, and basically that's it. So Duda is winning. And finally, good news for British chess fans, yeah? Gavin in total control, it should be just completely winning.
Yeah. Looked like a very interesting King's Indian, actually.
Yeah, okay, now this is just exchange up and winning position. Thanks to this strong knight on e4, white is still kind of hanging on for a moment, but...
Okay, that's we can safely assume that one's gone. Let's go to Hans Niemann against Lei Quanglien, because top of the table clash.
Yeah, but it seems like it should be a draw.
Yeah.
It seems like it should be a draw, but actually that's it, because David Anton beat Vidit with the black pieces. I mean, a very, very big win for David Anton. So he starts his comeback. Navara has also, I mean, we have seen so many black wins, yeah? I mean, David Anton won with black, David Navara won with black, Laporte won with black. 3 black wins, and Gavin Jones is about to win as well. So,
well, those results have kind of bunched everything up, actually. They've allowed some players to fight back. We'll just finish this one, and then I'll give a quick recap of the scores.
Yeah, King G6 played. I mean, white is just sitting King G6, King F5, and the black's rook is tied down to F6 pawn. Black's king cannot enter because the rook on B3 is protecting the anti-square of on E3.
Yeah, I mean, E4, yeah, he's got to try E4.
Yeah, he needs to play E4, but even black has the rook B4 check.
Yeah, and then King E3.
Yes, and then FE4, and then King F4, E5 check. I mean, it looks like...
Yeah.
But even you are not setting King G4, because then I have E5. So you are setting F5 check. Let's not forget about F5.
Okay, it's still not over. It's still not over, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, so E4.
And Hans has a minute left. Yeah, this is on the board. This is still a little bit tricky. And down to your final minutes, as we know, strange things can happen.
Yeah, FE4, King F4, E5 check, of course. Yeah, that was the very first instinct. I mean, it looks like the right move. King takes E5, and I just move my... But I can also now start checking, yeah? Rook B5 check, King F4 I check, and if you move forward, I'm coming back with the King to F5, then I'm perfectly safe. So I'm actually expecting this after E5 to end up pretty quickly in a draw.
Yeah, that looks like the most practical. Yeah, but after E5 takes Rook B5, then King E6.
Wow, he opted for King H5. Of course, nothing wrong with it. Just E5 was so tempting. Yeah, it's just perfectly fine. I mean, okay, you don't have, yeah, Rook E6. I mean, probably white will anyway have to play E5 check. I mean, this E5 check, King E5 looks to be a completely safe drawish mechanism.
Yeah, still a few little details. Oh, okay, he wants to play Rook F5. Okay, that's actually a very secure way of doing it.
Yeah, but I mean, rook f5 was coming in any ways. Even with e5 check and then rook b5, rook f5. If I wanted it, it was basically part of the plan. It's just a dead draw. I mean, let's just show that after king e4, rook f5 puts actually black in a position where he cannot make any improvement.
Yeah.
On his position, it's the pawn doesn't mean anything. So yeah, Gavin Jones beat Yuan Jun, and okay, this is about to end in a draw. Rook b5 on the board. Rook takes e4. Okay, yeah. So we might just liquidate into everything. Yeah, rook g4, rook f5.
And there we have it.
And that's it.
Yeah, that's going to be it. So can we just go to Hari Krishna against Pragnananda just very quickly, because I'm just intrigued, because after queen, can we go back to queen b6? I just want to see how Prag played it. Actually, I'm intrigued.
Yeah, Hari played rook b1, rook c6, queen a4, and now after queen a4, rook f3. That's the move you were calling for, but I never had the intention of putting my queen as far as a4. Gf3, bishop takes e5, rook c1, queen b2. Yeah, it's just too active for black. I mean, black can never be worse with such central pieces. Rook c6, bc, bishop h6, king f7. It's actually interesting to know who had to be more careful here. In fact, I would say that white is the one who has to watch out. Queen c3. I mean, black has got two pawns, but white is coordinating his forces. Rook d1, e5, f4, timely f4. Yeah, this was the position I saw. Yeah, fe5, bishop e5, wonderful little tactics. Queen e5 runs into queen g4 check, winning the rook. So white had to give up. I mean, white was unable to capture on e5. He had to give up one more pawn because now queen h2 runs into queen g4. But in the meantime, white actually somehow stabilizes king f1, queen h5, and rook d3, and white got some harmony. Now suddenly white got some harmony.
Sure, but I mean, it feels like Prag has done incredibly well to get to this position.
I mean, 3 pawns for the exchange.
Oh, that's very nice, maneuvering the king round. Safe.
But you know, I noticed that actually Hari, if he gets a chance to harmonize his forces, he's incredibly strong. I have noticed it so many times. I have seen it. It looked like, that's it. There is no escape. And then Hari gets his forces coordinated and he saves the game. And also these 3 pawns, because they are not connected. Yeah, there are too many pawn islands. Those pawns are not mobile enough.
Bishop h6 is a nice move, making sure the h pawn doesn't move.
Yeah, and actually the game ended in the draw. Wow, what a save! Brilliant performance by Prag. Yeah, he was really pushing, but Hari also saved it with some incredibly cold-blooded defense.
Okay, now let's have a quick look at the scores. We have Leko Liem is out in front with 14. Jan-Krzysztof Duda has 12. Then we have Hans Niemann and Richie Rapport on 11. And we have Ding and Carlsen on 10. Jon van Forest and David Anton and Vidit on 9. So yeah, Lei still looking very good indeed, basically.
Yeah, looking very good, but also Duda made some big progress. Yeah, he's already sharing 2nd place. And David Anton has started his comeback, but I also feel like David Navara is moving up, yeah, because he had a very rough start, but especially this win against Magnus, I think will create a monster in David, yeah, because he will get the confidence. Yeah, if I can beat Magnus in such a style, then probably he feels like he can beat anyone, no?
Absolutely. And he plays white against Hans Niemann in the next round. And big game. Richie Rapport, white against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's going to be a big one.
Definitely. I'm
fascinating
looking
to see
forward.
what opening it turns up on the board.
Some kind of a reverse business, or will it be a clean stuff? Yeah.
Yeah. Now we've only got 4 minutes until the start of the next round, so I don't think we've got quite enough time to take a break. Shall we power through, Peter? Is that all right?
Yes, I think so. Especially with such a pairing like Richie against Magnus. I mean, okay, I can't hide my excitement, to be honest. I'm really looking forward to this game. Fantastic. And while we're just waiting a couple of minutes before the round starts, quick recap about this charity cup that the Play Magnus Group has partnered with UNICEF, and this is to help children in Ukraine. So if you feel like you can spare a little bit of cash and would like to donate to UNICEF, the United Nations Children Fund, then you can see the details there on the screen. Then please do donate. And I think we're all really grateful to everyone that's donated so far. So far, I can see there are $23,447 raised. Absolutely fantastic total. Thank you to everyone that's donated so far. And also, if you buy premium membership on Chess24, it's 40% off during the tournament. And Chess24 will donate 20% of proceeds to UNICEF. So do consider that, and thanks to everyone that's donated so far. Let's just have a quick look at the other pairings. So we've got Navara, Niemann, we've got Rapport against Carlsen. We have Chinese battle, Lei Tingjie against Ding Liren. Ding should be the big favorite there. We have Pragnananda against Eric Hansen. Anything could happen there. We have Jordan van Foreest against Pantala Hari Krishna. David Anton against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Garwin Jones, white against Vidit. And Lei Quangliem against Zhu Wenjun. So it's getting pretty tight. Let me see. It's the top 8 that will go through. The top 8 will make the cut into the knockout stage. And it looks to me like the cream is rising to the top. The one real surprise is Hans Niemann, who's in joint 3rd position at the moment, who's only 18. He's the big surprise there. The rest, well, one could anticipate that perhaps they would be in the top half of the table. But yeah, let's see if Hans Niemann can actually continue his rich vein of form. He had, in the first Champions Chess Tour online event, he had a real up and down struggle. He finished with 5.5 out of 15. But looking at the cross table, there are kind of 1s and 0s plastered all over the place. So, you know, he's really confident, and yeah, anything can happen. So that's really interesting to watch. There we see a lovely mosaic of camera shots of our players. So we're ready to kick off in 1 minute's time. So where are we going to go first, Peter? Yeah, well, okay. Richie against Magnus, I think, is clearly our game of the round, and it's already on. Richie cannot wait. He starts exactly in time. E4 is on the board.
Magnus
is not yet there. Magnus is not yet there. So the game haven't started officially, because the game only starts if both players have made their first move.
Ah, okay. So the clock doesn't start. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's not like you played the move E4, you can lean back and the clock is ticking already from your opponent. No, it doesn't work like this.
Well, that's interesting. So can Magnus get a sneak preview of that first move before the clock runs?
Yeah, but seeing that Magnus is not yet there, I don't really think that he's thinking about what his opponent has played. He probably has some other business to take care of, and then we'll be back soon.
Yeah, quite possibly. There he is. Magnus has turned up. Let's just...
Because let's not forget, I mean, and wow, Magnus goes e4, c5. Yeah, clearly that's what I wanted to say, that usually Magnus, if he loses, and he lost with the white pieces against David Navara, he will be looking for some chances with black. Yeah, he does not want to play just some very symmetrical, easy game with e4, e5. And we have a close Sicilian.
Well, I was going to say that actually in playing c5, I think Magnus could pretty much guarantee that he's not going to get a main line played by Rapport.
What? So, Rook b8.
Rook b8. Oh, so Magnus is the first to do something slightly wacky. I think Richard would be delighted to see that. Really
yeah,
delighted.
Exactly. I mean, I don't feel that Richie is the right person to experiment with Rook b8, b5. But okay, maybe Magnus knows what he's doing. I mean, with the speed he played it, it's clear kind of that he had this in his mind that he's ready to try it in a game if he gets a chance.
Yeah. Now, in some positions, there's a nice little positional trick that White has. When Black plays a5, White then plays a4. And if the pawn advances, then the knight sits on b5. And of course, if Black takes on a4, then White positionally, White will be very, very happy. So it's just one of those little close Sicilian tricks. Yeah. I very much, of course, we're not expecting to see a5 in that particular position, but in general, you know, later on, of course, it's a nice little positional trick. But Magnus, of course, is playing g6 and bishop g7 first.
Yeah, you know, there were times when I was playing the close Sicilian, I was like 8 and 9 years old, because I stopped it when I was 10. Definitely, I stopped it. And it was one of those things that my early trainer showed me, that a3, a5, a4. And I was so tempted to trick someone like this, you know.
Yeah, but it's a nice trick, actually. And I've managed to get it in as well a few times. It's kind of, I think because you play a3, then people assume that pawn is, well, it's not going to go further. And when they play a5, when you push it again with a4, then it throws people, you know, it's kind of unexpected.
Yeah, and usually you do it with a big smile on your face. Know that I got you. Yeah, I got you, my friend.
Peter, that's risky. That's risky.
Yeah, a6, 92. Okay, now we see that all these kinds of close Sicilians have a completely modern new touch. Yeah, I mean, these a3, b4 things were definitely not on the radar when I was playing it in like 88, 89 it was. Because when I started the so-called professional chess career at the age of 10, then my first serious coach immediately told me, no, Peter, you will not be playing the close Sicilian, not under my watch. And I switched to main Sicilian ever since with White.
So who was that gave you that advice?
Well, it was Karoi. Yeah,
Tibor.
With Tibor. Yeah, of course, we started studying main lines, and okay, no such thing as close Sicilian is possible.
Yeah, Tibor, a very experienced coach.
And okay, that's also the point. Yeah, that nowadays we see that all kinds of openings have so much more to it than what people originally. Yeah, like we see the London system with d4, bishop f4. Like when I was a kid, people told me that if somebody plays d4, bishop f4, it means that he's super lazy. He doesn't want to study openings, and it has no point whatsoever. So they just show you few kind of tricks what White is trying to play for, and then you already know how to react, and you are smiling. But now, later, when it became a mainstream theory, nowadays we see that how complex it is. Yeah, so
absolutely, I agree. It is incredibly complex, but it still can mean that players are really lazy when they play it. It's not mutually exclusive. But no, absolutely, and so many of the top players have actually included the London system in their repertoire. I mean, that says something in itself. And I think a lot of them were analyzing it from the black side, thinking, okay, how do I meet this? And actually realized that there is far more to it. And then started using it themselves. I mean, the fact that Magnus has played it reasonably regularly, I think says a great deal.
Yeah, now also we are dealing with another trick. Yeah, it's the typical stuff that white is after f4 starting to go e4, e5, winning a piece because hitting the knight on c6 and the knight on f6. So you have to watch out. Usually you move the knight to d7, for example, under normal circumstances. Now with this a3 b4 pawn structure, maybe you are thinking about something else. Big question also, do you want to place your bishop on b7? Probably yes. I mean, it looks like a good square, but Magnus goes for knight d7 is the more natural one. Flexible move.
Interesting that white hasn't yet played the pawn to d3. So, you know, it gives more options, and the bishop might, well, instead of, you know, d3 and bishop e3, it looks like it's going to develop via b2, which is certainly really unusual. I mean, you know, this whole idea of Magnus's with rook b8, I don't know, it looks a bit strange to me.
Yeah, bishop b2 on the board. Yeah, it's typical Ricci, but I mean, he gets his match, yeah, with Magnus. I mean, Magnus is also welcoming all kinds of this original non-standard kind of plays. Yeah, Magnus is not afraid of them. He's really enjoying. So it will be very interesting that who will outfox the other here, between the two creative maestros.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Okay, listen, let's go to that other really important game, David Navara against Hans Niemann.
Yes, because this is actually a very big theoretical duel, and you see that, yeah, Hans is still with 16 minutes 50 seconds on the board. I mean, on the clock, enjoying his preparation, but now he has played the move rook b8. I'm trying to, how was it? Because somewhere black was supposed to go c6. So is it here, rook b8? I'm guessing queen f3 will return.
Let's go from the top.
Yeah, let's because I know the line, so I know exactly how it happened. But of course, maybe not everyone is familiar with this. So d3, bishop c5, classical Italian, and with short castle. So Hans actually is opting for this d5. He has already played against Eric Hansen and demonstrated preparation. So takes, and David plays the old classical line with a4. It was the big surprise in 2016 when Kramnik, I think, invented this a4 system. It was posing some headache, but by now it's considered that black is actually solving his problems here, but a lot of theory. Knight bd2, knight b6. Yeah, very typical that when white develops the knight, you hit this bishop immediately because the pawn on this is vulnerable, which kind of forces white to go for this bishop b5. And we see a completely different direction. So bishop b5, bishop d6, gets super sharp, knight e4, f5, knight g3. Black gives up the bishop because he needs to, otherwise after releasing the tension on the pin, then white is already setting to take on c6 and take on e5 with the knight. So black takes, queen takes. Now white got the two bishops, but black is playing the move knight e7, and it's connected with this pawn sacrifice, queen takes b7, and I was somehow assuming that the move was c6. Something tells me that the move was c6. The move rook b8 slightly surprises me, and it seems to me like it also surprises David. What is happening? Yes, because this is the other, yet queen f3, then black plays the move c6 now, and after bishop takes c6, black can play e4 here, I guess, also. But it leads to very, very complex position because white can get a bunch of pawns for the piece, and it gets to a very messy position, which computers usually were evaluating like 0-0s.
It looks like Hans has done his homework. You know,
yeah, but this is an old line. People just forgot it. Yeah, there is this saying that everything that is old is new. Yeah. Rook b8, because I do recall analyzing this position in 2016-17. It was main tabia in all these Grand Chess tours, in these rapid events. There were millions of games between Vachier Lagrave, and he was playing with the white pieces. I think Levon was playing it from the black side. I mean, really lot of encounters in this line some 5 years ago. So, but what else? I mean, what? Queen a6? Oh my God.
Well,
I mean,
David he's not afraid to go his own way.
yeah, but I mean, what? Okay. No, I got really, shocked, because I know that David is a fighter and he always looks for uncompromising fight. And I was like, what? He's just willing to accept repetition of moves, but no, after rook a8, probably he wants bishop c4 check. And after king h8, queen b5, and it would work out in his favor, that he stabilizes the position and collects the pawn. So certainly it is not the reaction from black side.
I mean, that's incredibly risky to sideline the queen in that way. Looks so bizarre.
Yeah, it looks bizarre. Yeah, it looks very strange, but yeah, c6 the most natural move. Bishop c4 check will be played as well, and after king h8, now it's the big question, because now rook a8 is coming, and I can't collect the pawn on a5 because still rook a8 is coming and the queen is getting trapped. But what David has in mind? So c6, bishop c4, king h8. How should white react here? Maybe just with bishop g5 and saying that, okay, you know what, you will be able to repeat, but maybe not, because then, okay, yeah, so I have bishop g5 here. It's a move.
It is a move, and then black has a forced draw if he wants it.
No, because actually I can take on
you
e7.
can take on e7 and take on c6.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, very true.
But maybe you can just move the queen to c7, yeah, because is the queen, but then I can take on e7, and then already my queen will not be trapped if I can take on, but still the queen is forever trapped on a5. For example, bishop e7, queen takes a5, and then you move the bishop back to d6, and how do we control all this rook a8 business? I mean, but a lot of pressure on both sides, because certainly Hans knows that this line is fine for black, yeah, and that's why you normally don't check this any further. You think like, okay, no way anybody gonna play like this with the white pieces, and then it happens, and then you are really kicking yourself that I should have spent that extra 10 seconds with this position, and then I would be super confident. And like this, it's not so easy.
There were so many interesting possibilities there. I'm not sure that was the end of the line at all.
Yeah, no, I think everything is just the beginning here.
Yeah, no, really, because even okay, I was looking at something absolutely crazy, but with the queen on a5 and with black threatening rook a8, I was wondering if it's possible to play b4 and then to play rook a8, bishop a6, and so that you're just going to take it. Okay, but there's a lot of pawns. Okay, I take on a8 and then take on f5.
Exactly, and you are enjoying.
Not so clear, and then a lot of pawns, and positionally actually very, very nice for white.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Yeah, I mean, you get back the knight to e4, and I will just resign. I mean, just the look of this lovely knight on e4 will drive me crazy. No. Yeah, it's just super sharp. Yeah, just
but of course, the point of playing b4 was in order to protect the bishop on a6 with b5.
Yes, of course. Yeah, otherwise you already go b4, b5. Yeah, very, very sharp stuff. And Hans definitely is kind of out of book. Yeah, because okay, you just don't expect this to happen, and now he has to navigate in this jungle.
Yeah. Listen, Peter, can we do a little tour? Can we? I'd like to see my compatriot. So what about Garwin Jones against Vidit Gujrati? So let's see how Garwin's doing.
All right. Wow. I mean, okay, this is again
another Giocopiano.
Again, yeah, and again, somehow I feel like, okay, black should be very, very happy, because okay, You traded down the dark square bishops, you provoke d4, d5. So it reminds me of some lovely Bogo Indian from black side, no?
Mm. Yeah, that's the best Bogo Indian I've ever played with black, I'm telling you. They never got that good.
Yeah, now also
F5.
hinting at f5, yeah?
Looks very pleasant.
Yeah, looks like, I mean, black is super comfortable and he might even be better, yeah? It's a rook on e3 is vulnerable because after f5, e5, knight f5 will come with the tempo. Also, there is a pin along the f file. I mean, white needs to be now super careful to limit the damage.
Not nice. What I'm looking at is bishop d3. Oh no, and yeah, bishop d3 is possible.
Anyway, I'm gonna play f5. Yeah, of course. Yeah, bishop h3 runs into g4. Yeah,
but takes just after f5, takes on. Yeah, and if knight takes, my idea was queen e4.
Oh, okay, nice.
But it's probably not very good. Actually, the rook can be taken. Oh no, queen, because yeah, it is possible. And then
you just take back.
Oh yes, it is possible. It is possible.
Yeah, I mean, from black side, because I know that I have such a lovely position, I don't even want to calculate this. But maybe it's possible. I have queen g5, and maybe it's all good. But I mean, you also have queen g6 check first, and if I want to play for a win with king e7, then already you take fe, and it's also murky.
Yeah, but by the way, after queen g5, it's possible to play bishop g6 check.
Yeah.
And queen takes rook f1.
This is beautiful. Yeah. This is beautiful. Yeah.
Okay, it's a silly tactic, but anyway, but frankly, after taking on f5, bishop takes f5, of course, is possible.
Yeah, but also, I mean, after ef, knight f5, or queen e4, you are not really threatening anything. Yeah, I mean, it was just about stabilizing white's position. Yeah, it's already kind of a big achievement in itself. Yeah, because it was not clear at all if white can stabilize. Yeah, but bishop d3. And okay, if we just do the opposite, yeah, so ef, bishop f5.
Exactly, I think that's probably more sensible.
You have to take, probably I take. And it looks like super comfortable for black, yeah, f5 on the board.
Oh, but he played bishop d3.
Yeah, bishop d3, f5, ef5, all on the board, and now all eyes on Vidit. If he will sense your danger with knight f5, queen e4.
I mean, bishop f5 looks kind of sensible, doesn't it?
Yeah, but on the other hand, knight f5 is the more ambitious one, yeah? So there is some temptation to try to make knight f5 work.
Yeah, I suppose after bishop f5, then the queen just nudges back.
You want to come queen e2, yeah?
Well, so long as bishop h3 isn't possible, yeah. I suppose it's still not possible. Yeah.
Yeah, bishop f5 on the board. Yeah, and queen e2. I mean, queen e2, if you can play queen e2. Okay, but queen e2, I'm going to go queen d7. Yeah, just professional move met by professional move.
Well, it's simply more comfortable for black.
Yeah.
It's very, very pleasant.
Yeah, very, very unpleasant for Gavin.
Okay, let's move on.
Let's move back to Magnus, because I feel like, you know, this game has the potential, and look at this. The pawn is still on d2.
Wow, I'm looking at, when I look at the queen side, I like Magnus's position. When I look at the king side, I like Rich's position.
Exactly.
So at some point, who's going to crack?
Let's just go back. So we left it here. Bishop takes, b2 takes, e6, knight e3, bishop b7, king h1. I mean, a very typical way for black in this type of position is to go f5 at some point, but Magnus refrained from it. He went knight b6, c3, d5. he wanted to break, but this gives white this chance to go for e5, d4, knight g4. So that's how we got into this very messy position. Knight c4, rook a2, and black to move d takes c3. This is actually the point. This simple move, but basically after d c3, white has to allow the trade of queens, which looks very bad because then takes, rook d8, black grabs all the initiative, and already this f6 square is not important at all. There are much more holes in white's position, and after knight takes c3, then his structure will be damaged.
Yeah, this one doesn't look too hopeful for Richie.
Yeah, so actually then how should Richie react now after d takes c3? Not easy.
No, not at all. Okay, is he going to come up with something? I was going to suggest something absolutely bonkers like d3, but it's after knight d2, it's just good for black.
Yes, yeah, this is okay. Knight d2, knight b2. I mean, yeah, and anything.
Yeah, knight b2 as well. Yeah.
Yeah, knight takes c3. I felt that, I mean, Richie will, especially against Magnus, never go d takes c3 and play a bad ending, because he feels that there he will have zero practical chances, and he still hopes, yeah, for example, maybe after cb4, he just gonna go knight e4, forget everything about the queen side, and then try to create some kind of an attack.
Yeah, but it looks thin, doesn't it? I mean, not even I like the kingside attack here. It doesn't look right.
Well, but I have to try to, okay, let me be Richie. So, okay, you take cb4, very logical, no? I have to support and try to find some magic here, knight e4.
All right, but the first question to ask is, what is white actually threatening?
Nothing
Yeah,
yet.
so
nothing yet, but give me knight f6, queen g4, and we will talk differently.
Okay, well, let's find out. So I'll just play the obvious move. I'll play b takes a3. Let's find out. Let's find out.
Yeah, exactly. Out of curiosity. So check.
Yeah.
Where do you move?
G7.
Yeah, G7,
no
and
fear.
then queen G4. Yeah.
Okay, I'm tempted to actually take on E5, do a Magnus like Magnus did the other day.
Yeah, but don't forget, I have two knights already implemented there on F6. Yeah, CB4 on the board. I'm pretty sure that we're gonna see knight E4 blitzed out almost instantly. Come on, Richie. Okay, but do it only if it's good. Yeah, I don't take any responsibility. Yeah, knight E4, B takes A3. All right. All right.
This is on the board. The thing is, even in that position after check and queen G4,
B takes A3.
It's not absolutely clear to me what white is threatening.
All right.
This
but
is on the board.
Scared
the
you,
thing
no?
is, yeah, you scared me, but I still don't know what the threat is.
Me neither. You know, I'm not rapport, but I mean, okay, I have to be playing his spirit.
Sure. Okay, so I'll just pretend nothing is happening, and I'll play queen D3.
Yeah, that's a move that hurts a bit, but only tiny bit.
Only a tiny bit. Yeah.
Yes, because okay, now already I feel like I kind of have draws in my what D3. I mean, this is aimed to guard the D3 square, yeah. But I mean, here already I felt like okay, queen H4, knight H5 check. I mean,
yes, I might have gone over the top here. Yeah, but here.
Yeah, H6. Yeah.
H6 exactly. That one covers G5.
Yeah, and okay, if I start with knight H5 check first.
Yeah, that's more serious.
Yeah,
I wasn't quite sure what to do. Yeah, queen G5. That scared me more.
But hang on, I mean, Richie did play D3 and got hit by knight b4. And knight b4 was kind of blitzed out by Magnus as if he had expected and anticipated D3. D3 knight b4.
How's Richie looking?
Well, no. I mean, okay, full concentration, but a little bit in desperate concentration mode. I mean, this was somehow not part of. I think it was missed by him. Knight b4. Because the point was that the b4 square was not available. Yeah, let's just go back few moves. So how did it start? After knight x6 is cb4. Yeah, there is no knight b4 yet. Knight e4. You take on a3, finally the b4 square is vacated, and then dc knight b4, just perfect timing. Just perfect timing.
It's white's pieces are too slow to the king side. This is it looks absolutely desperate.
Yeah, and now also the problem will be that the queen will not reach g4 square. Yeah, I'm not really understanding what was the point behind this three.
No, it doesn't look good at all. Interesting. By the way, your idea with bishop g5 and in the game between Navara and Niemann, that's on the board. How funny.
Yeah, c6. Yeah, actually c6 happened. Yeah, bishop c4 check, king h8. And look at this. Hans started out with 16.5 minutes or something like this, and he's done to 3 minutes on the clock in this position, and everything was very natural. But that's the point. If you don't know what engine is telling you, then you can't play it so quickly. You need time to understand what's really happening here. But okay, I still feel like, despite the engine bar was saying that it's lost, yeah, Richie is going for knight f6, queen g4, but I mean, in a much worse version, no?
Yeah, sure.
Why not?
I wonder, actually, it might be possible to play knight e3 in this position.
Yeah, I guess you have so many good options.
Yeah, but just knight e3, because it just hits all those sensitive spots.
And also the queen on d8 is lovely, yeah, because it covers all the dark squares, yeah?
Exactly. Yes, but far better there than moving it to d3, actually. Yeah, knight e3 just looks like a killer.
Yeah, I mean, you remember even there it was not entirely clear what we are threatening with white, but now it's a much worse version, and nothing is threatening. Besides, even the knight is maybe jumping back to f5 at some point. But let's not forget also both rooks are hanging. It's compromised.
Yeah, it looks completely lost. Let's go back to Jones against Vidit, because I think this is looking quite serious now with the knight on d4.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely no fun for white, and it's total dream for black. But I feel like with all this at stake in those games on the top boards, maybe we shouldn't be dealing with this endgame or this position.
No, fair enough. I was just intrigued to see what was going on.
Yeah, and also the update, yeah, David has taken on a5. So actually, if we see the move queen c7, we might be seeing the line with b4k with extra move h6. But however, your move is on the board. Magnus opted for knight e3. Let's jump in there, because very rarely we see all these incredible knights in enemies' camp. On b7, of course, also.
That just looks over.
Yeah, so okay, very logical would be queen h4, but just h6, yeah. And nothing moves, no threats, no sacrifices are possible. Yeah, it looks hopeless.
Yeah, nothing happening.
And if you can see that Richie is calculating like crazy but cannot find any ideas, it means that probably there is none.
Do you know what? David Navara has played my move b4.
Wow,
Mad.
wow.
He's gone for it. Incredible.
Yeah, but it was a logical line. Yeah, it looked mystical, and it looked like there are so many possibilities, but also the players, after spending so much time, are getting along this line.
And now Hans has just 1 minute left. f4.
Yeah. And he goes f4, yeah. But I mean, if this is not winning for black, then it's just losing. And he wants to go rook a8, but hang on, knights.
All right, so it's you could say it's
now simply queen b6 and knight takes d6. It's even you don't need to sacrifice on a8. And look at this, Hans is very, very angry with himself, because this was not part of the plan. And compromise pawn structure on f4, lovely knight, setting knight f7, knight e5, even collecting this pawn is coming. I mean, it's just too much material for the queen.
Yeah. And
the structure, white has no weaknesses, and everything is falling. So David is actually starting an incredible comeback, yeah, beating Magnus and now about to beat Hans, collecting a lot of points today.
Yeah, looks fantastic.
And to be honest, I'm super happy for him because, you know, we just saw this end to his game against Erik Hansen, but afterwards I took a look at this game and it was even much more heartbreaking than what we have witnessed. It was really incredible.
I saw as well. Yeah, he the move before, he could have just won instantly, couldn't he, with D2? Anyway.
Yeah. FC, okay, Hans is still fighting. Definitely, he needs to create some play on the king side. Yeah, the only chance is to create some target against the king. Now, at least White is faced with the choice that definitely White does not want to take GFC. White wants to play G3, that's for sure. Yeah, G3 is played. And now there are some ideas like Queen D7, Queen H3, but I'm believing that White is in time to capture all these pawns.
Yeah, why not? And then push the A pawn and just tie black down.
Yeah,
must be winning.
Yeah, looks good enough.
Still under control. Let's go to Magnus because a couple of moves played.
Yeah, so Queen G5 was played, and yeah, Magnus now even gets a chance to eliminate one of these monster knights. Bishop E4, D4. Magnus taking his time. I mean, the problem Magnus is facing is that there are no threats. I think he is just looking that every move is winning. Which one should I play? And yeah, he just grabs the rook on A2. Knight is so lovely placed on E3. You don't want to move. Yeah, Knight H5 check. So King H8, Knight F6. That will be the idea. Trying to go Queen H6. That will be the idea from Richie. But the problem is that now that Black has collected so much material after Knight F6, you can even take on F1, and after a move like Queen H6, take on F6 and go Rook G8.
That would be a very cruel way of playing.
And then you just queen on the other side. Yeah, Knight F6 on the board, and we might be seeing one of these. Yeah, Rook G8. Even Magnus starts with very classy. Yeah, Rook G8, Rook G7 basically forces resignation.
Yeah. Okay, we can perhaps switch to another board. There's a very interesting game between Pragnananda and Erik Hansen, actually. Once again, it looks like a Nimzo Indian. The last one we saw was against Duda, and it kind of all fell apart, but it was actually incredibly close. And I would be very worried if I were Black about that.
Yeah, looks like Black is actually just completely lost. I mean, Black has compromised his structure. White has this lovely bishop, has the center, the pair of bishops, no more double pawns issues, and the dark squares. Basically, it's just Black's position is complete toast.
We still need a move for White, though.
Well, but Praga is 4 minutes 30 against 20 seconds. Also clockwise. Yeah, Queen C3, preparing Bishop G3, of course, very, very natural. I mean,
that's a nice move.
If this bishop reaches G3, then it's automatically game over.
Yeah, that's a beautiful move. The bishop just needs to get into the game. Knight E5 played.
Knight E5.
Well, you can take on B5 and on C5 if you want to.
I think he's gonna play Bishop G3. I mean, I don't see any reason why not to. Yeah, Bishop G3 on the board.
Keep it simple. Yeah.
Yeah. Now also Knight F3 is threatened.
Yeah.
Yeah, Knight H5, Bishop H2. Just okay, not falling for any provocation unless you are winning on the spot. If not, then just keep this bishop, and it will do the job. Wow, but I also see on my screen some incredible tactics happened in Team GS game, because there is Knight F6 check forking the but it's black to move. So how did this happen? I mean, takes Bishop B6, Bishop takes C1, Knight takes D5, threatening a fork on F6, but okay, black to move, so probably Queen E6 just seals the game for Ding. Yeah, then no intrigue. Yeah, for a moment, Queen E6. Yeah, okay, it's good enough. Okay, let's get back to Prague because bishop h2, b takes c4. Yeah, by the way, Richie has resigned after rook g8. Yeah, rook g8 was a merciless move from Magnus. Big win there for Magnus.
So, as you say, knight f3 just looks fantastic here for white.
Yeah, knight f3. Okay, you will have to play knight f4. Yeah, that's, I think, the only reason why Prague is still hesitant, because you have the move knight f4.
But it shouldn't make any difference.
He opted for h4. He opted for h4. He wants to break some more files open there.
Yeah.
Also hinting at some queen h3 lift.
The queen can switch over.
Yeah. And still this spin is so annoying. And Eric, down to 11 seconds. How do you fight here? Probably you need to go knight f4, but that runs into ag, queen g3. King g7 played.
Oh, just walking into the pin. Oh,
well played with 1 second on the clock.
Terrible. Oh,
happy to still be alive.
I suppose so, but that just feels so uncomfortable.
Well, I think the only best thing that can happen for black is to end the game. I mean, because it really looks like, okay, this is a total massacre.
Well, still need to finish off. I mean, okay, after knight f3, black would have to play f6 to kind of hold things together.
Yeah, well, it's not really holding, but I mean, at least prolonging. Yeah,
prolonging. That's the better word. Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, because the bishop could then go into e6, and
exactly.
I think, yeah, e5 should probably fall.
Yeah, ag on the board. Okay, now after queen h3, at least black is counting on rook h8.
Yeah, but knight f3 has to be the move here.
Yeah,
and knight f3, f6, and then bishop e6 must be fatal.
Okay, but can I fight? I mean, at least I sacrifice the exchange. Takes, I go knight f4. I mean, I'm still breathing here.
Sort of. Well, okay, I mean, that can be taken and knight h4.
Oh, yeah, okay, queen d4. I was counting on this exchange, but even that is losing because you give a check. And all right, knight f3 on the board. We're gonna see how it works out. But I also felt like after f6, maybe first knight e5, but then knight f4 will get some support. Yeah, bishop takes e5. Wow, and then
bishop e5 and knight takes g5.
Just like this, and using rook e5. Of course, you have to give the exchange. I mean, you have to give the exchange. Knight e5, queen e5.
Do you know what I feel like? Okay, Eric is still losing, but I feel like this is perhaps not as bad as it could be.
Yeah, but I think that there is an unpleasant twist that after queen e5, fe, rook e3 maybe might be very unpleasant. Then some rook b1, rook a3 switch targeting the bishop on a6.
Oh, that's true.
Could be a big problem.
Yeah.
But okay, at least black survived the direct mating attack. It's already something.
Yeah, but yeah, okay, it should be lost anyway. Let me see, where can we turn to? Let's just have a quick return to Navara against Niemann, just to see how things are going along there.
All right, Hans managed to trade the rooks, so at least this rook on a1 is not protected. There are some ideas with queen b3, queen b2. Yeah, c4 played.
Yeah, interesting.
Suddenly there are some drawing chances.
Yeah, queen e5.
Queen e5 targeting the rook, somehow entering the queen, and those pawns might start to be vulnerable.
Yeah, very true. So won't be possible to push the pawns. Queen e5 played.
Yeah. And this horse is one step too far away.
A horse, my kingdom for a horse.
Yeah, the problem is that, yeah, if this knight could ever jump and protect the d3 pawn, then everything would be perfectly under control. If even with an ugly knight e1, yeah, rook b1, knight e1, knight would protect the d3 pawn, knight would protect any kind of queen c2 attacking the rook, and then you just push. But it's just too far away. Yeah, rook f1, a sad move, but
Can we just see how he managed to achieve this with black?
yeah. So after knight c4 f3, he created the counter chance. g3, queen d7. Yeah, this line was kind of forced. Knight e5, very logical. Rook f5, and what happened? Knight g6 check, king h7, rook e4, rook h5, and we are getting told that knight h4 was apparently very strong from computer and not feeling any ghosts, saying that it's just winning. But okay, it's kind of knight h4, g5, and you don't know exactly what's happening.
Yeah, that would be scary in rapid play.
Yeah. I mean, okay, you need to be a computer to calculate this. No, we are getting told that instead of rook e4, he could have played knight h4, and then after rook h5, starting pushing. But okay, this is everything else than trivial, and I don't think you want to play like this. So this is very natural. Yeah, then this is all fairly logical from both sides. Queen e6, c4. I mean, we see the evaluation bar saying that black is about to hold, but this might still be unpleasant. b5, cb, cb, queen b4.
Yeah, but I mean, white's problem is that it's not going to be possible really to support the b pawn.
Yeah, exactly.
So
That's
so
the
actually,
problem.
black is fine because the rook simply isn't protected when it comes to b1. So yeah, queen takes a4.
Yeah, and
actually,
rook
it's just-
b1, queen c2.
Exactly. So this is just a
Connects.
draw, isn't it? Once the b pawn drops, it's just a draw. Yeah. After knight e3, yeah, this is on the board. Takes. I mean, of course, white never has any problems here.
Yeah, with the d pawn and knight on e3 and rook d1. I mean, still probably black is the one who needs to show some accuracy. But this is also a very nice idea by Hans that he wants to block the pawn with the king.
Yeah. Played it very quickly. Well, he needs to. He has it. He's down to his final seconds.
Yeah, I think that David will be very upset with himself that having had this great advantage and also really up on the clock, that he didn't manage to make more than this, because here I already expecting a draw.
Yeah. Let's quickly go back to Prague against Eric Hansen. We've got this endgame where Prague is the exchange up, but somehow Eric has stabilized to some extent. So the big question is, when is white going to play a4? Oh, I mean, he doesn't need to. He wants to play rook h1.
Yeah, he wants to come with the rook from the h file.
Should be winning.
Should be winning, because he also has actually some king f3, king g4, king take g5 ideas. Yeah, everything is locked down. On the queen side, there are no threats. Yeah, rook h1 played, and
yeah, in fact, it doesn't look problematic at all. Oh,
yeah, knight
a4.
b2.
Okay, little bit of counterplay.
Yeah, but it's also kind of said that this monster knight had to be moved in order to create some kind of play. Maybe now white can also play king f2, and with the idea knight a4, rook c2, c3 to meet it with king e3, taking care of bishop d3.
Yeah, that would be super solid. That would nip it in the bud. Looks right.
Yeah, king f3, the same spirit. Yeah, bringing the king should just do the job.
Let me see. Where else can we turn to? Let's go to Jones against Vidit. I'd like to check back in there.
No, it's a drawish endgame. Actually,
let's have a look.
It's going to be a draw. So Gavin holds this game.
Okay.
Leko DM has just forked Yuan Jun with knight f6 check, so he is winning. Hari Krishna is defending very similar position that Jordan had to defend yesterday with pawn down. Now it's 2 pawns for white, but white's king is cut on the c file. It feels like this should be a draw. Actually, it's a miracle defense by Hari, because his position looked very, very unpleasant. So okay, we will be moving from here. Dingley then beat King G, and let's stay here, because actually David managed to win the G7 pawn, and now I feel like this might be slowly winning. Now knight e6 protecting the rook, and then okay, King G2, and then just step by step slowly play on forever and win.
Yeah, but each phase where you advance those pawns is really scary.
Yeah, but I don't want. No, I don't want. Somehow, if I get knight to f4 and activate the rook, I'm winning. So I have to find a way to get this construction. That's my problem.
I understand. Not so easy to achieve that.
But for example, I also have the option of going rook h4, and after king d5, knight f4, and I'm going to collect on h6, and this also looks very, very tricky.
Yeah, we're into Carlsen Nepo territory.
Yeah, exactly. Something similar.
Yeah, okay, that's true. Now it's.
But I mean, there in this line, I have to be careful because because after knight f4 check, you can't go to e4 because of knight e2 check, and then if you have to move somewhere else, then you actually don't have any activity. I mean, practically speaking, this should be winning for white. I mean, yeah, rook h4 on the board.
Ooh, this is incredible. If David manages to achieve this, really something else.
Yeah, now also he's threatening knight f4. So if black just protects the pawn, yeah, black had to take on d5. Now knight f4 check, and the fact that you can't play king e4, it's wonderful news for white. I mean, David is a person who has the nerves to go rook h6 here immediately, saying that, you know what, I anyway have knight f4 check, but knight f4 looks so much more natural.
Let's see. Really interesting. If he manages to actually.
He took on h6. I told you, David is someone who can. David is someone who can. King d6.
But advancing these pawns is so tricky because, of course, that the pieces need to be stable. And once you start advancing the pawns, then it destabilizes. So each phase of when the pawn advances is really difficult. Of course, white can play forever. That's helpful.
Yeah, but I think that with rook and knight, this is a lovely coordination, and also white's king on g2, because Magnus was having e and f pawns, and I think that g and f pawns are even more nicer for white.
It's more secure for the king. Yeah, definitely.
Exactly.
And that's a nice move. Cuts off black's king. So
no, this is just a method of time. I mean, the method you can also play rook e4, fc, knight e2, g4, and then take step by step. You know, you keep on climbing. Because also in that game, I think Magnus, rook e4 played. Magnus did this incredible, sensational maneuver, bringing his king to g2 and knight to g3, and that's when it was winning. Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, this is really stable now.
Very, very stable.
But still, when you're really short of time to achieve this would be fantastic.
Yeah, but he has time. I mean, with 10 seconds increment, there is no pressure on him. He can always repeat moves, get the 10, 20 seconds extra. Then he makes another move and he's already up with 2 minutes on the clock. There is no time issue here. But the move king h3 slightly surprises me. I mean, knight e2 and then g4 and then just slowly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that in that position, black didn't play queen f2, actually. Oh, yeah, I suppose it's king g4. But still.
Yeah, king g2 back. Yeah, this is what I prefer. And not just knight e2. Yeah, knight e2 and then g4 and just so elementary. Just moving up. This king is so super safe thanks to these pieces.
I can see that the game Van Forest against Hari Krishna looks like it's just drifting towards a draw. It looks clear now.
Yeah, Praga has beaten Erik Hansen. So no surprise there. It was a winning position already.
How's Prag doing? Now Prag has 9 out of 21. Yeah, still needs a bit of catching up. We should say that in the lead, clear leader at the moment, Lei Kwang Liem with 17. And then we have 3 players sharing second, Ding, Carlsen and Duda on 13 points.
Yeah, but things can change so dramatically, yeah, that Hans finished with 10 points yesterday. And today, I mean, if he loses this, then he remains with only 1 point from 3 games, yeah, from only 1 point from 9. It just shows how dynamic things can be with this scoring system. Queen C6. Yeah, rook e5.
Rook e5, keep everything protected, and then
exactly.
G5. The pawns are getting closer. Well, the G pawn is getting closer anyway.
Yeah, and then already White's king will also start marching. King G, like in the Magnus game. Yeah, G5, King G4, and then King H5, and then the king hides behind the pawns. The rook on E5 stops any kind of check along the long diagonal. And then slowly already you are queening, and the knight on E2 stops everything. The queen on H1 does nothing. There is no queen G1 check. It's incredible coordination.
Yeah. I remember Spassky saying in these kind of positions, you have to play like an oil tanker. Absolutely solid. Nothing can disrupt the position.
Yeah. Queen B1, good defense, because okay, now King H5 can be met by Queen H7 check. That would be kind of a nice defense. And at least now, in order for White to make progress, he has to move his knight or his rook, yeah. And then at least you feel like maybe something gets a bit loose.
Okay, so how are we going to do it? So I mean, Knight G3 feels like the right starting move.
Yeah, knight G3 can't be a mistake. Then Queen D1 check, King H4, and you are balancing there. But David F5, he just wants to put rook on E6. He's very systematic.
I really like it.
Rook E6. And then, yeah, just push G6. Yeah, now knight F4 probably, or King H5. Yeah, maybe just King H5.
Yeah, it's very attractive to put the king the other side.
But also now that the pawns are moving forward and the king will anyway march in, already this knight can move, yeah, can join the party, because if the king moves forward, then the knight might be a little bit too far away on E2.
But the knight from F4, it could bounce around via G6 to E5, and then the king would be free to wander. So, well, I mean, of course, I think there are lots of ways for White to do this.
Yeah, David goes King H5. Also very, very logical. I mean, he just feels like, yeah, Queen F8. And not just Knight G3, for example, protecting this pawn. Yeah, Knight G3, Queen H8.
King back to G4. Oh, maybe he's going to play Rook H6. I don't know. King G4. Yeah, feels the most secure.
Yes, Queen D4 check, and now King H3. Just coming back all the way to H3, or
Knight E4. I like Knight E4 actually.
Then Queen D1 check. Then I start checking you.
Oh, is there no escape?
Well, at least, I mean, I'm very happy that I can give you a bunch of checks and see what happens.
Yeah, that's true.
Rook E4, Queen D1 check. Will we see Knight E2 back? Yeah, because this Knight on E2 was not a bad piece at all. But King H4, I mean, the king can, okay, King H3 is the same. Knight on G3 covers all the squares. Now the knight protects the rook, and the pawn can start to advance, the G pawn. This is unbelievable defensive knight, protecting H5 and H1 squares.
Yeah, beautiful formation. And F1 as well. So
yeah, and already also when White pushes G6, at some point maybe some Rook G4 getting behind the pawn and pushing the G pawn might also be very effective. Queen A1, yeah, trying to trying to hang in there, but I mean, the knight on g6 is so nice, protecting everything. Yeah, g6, just push this g6. Yeah, queen h8. Maybe now it's already time to, I mean, you don't want to move the rook from the e file because it's so lovely. But you can even consider this rook h4 and then advancing the pawn.
It would kind of be a pity.
Yeah, it's pity. I mean, definitely if I would play the game, I would just go king g4 and I just want to keep this rook on the e file, no matter what. But yeah, king g4, systematic. Queen a1. Now probably it's the time to move this rook, because we might want to move the knight and then the rook on e4 might be a bit vulnerable.
Maybe he'll go back to e6 again.
Yeah, but then queen d1 check. Yeah, that's how Hans still won, because the knight on g3 is a bit loose if you start moving with the king forward, but maybe you don't have to. What David is done to 7 steps, yeah, king h3, he needs to repeat now, he needs to win some time and then start calculating. I mean, and he should not run any danger of getting into some threefold repetition or something. He needs to move the rook from e4. Rook h4, rook h4, rook h7. David down to 6 seconds. Knight h5. All right, also very good. Yeah, this is very, very good, because now queen c3 check, king g4, and now there is no direct check from behind, and then you are in time to move the rook. Yeah, queen a1 had to be played. King h4. And queen h1 check loses the rook, but forks with knight f6 check.
Oh,
that's the problem for black. Wow. Wow, yeah, and now it's completely winning, because he also has rook g4, rook f4. I mean, he can do whatever, and now it's no matter where the king is coming, because everything is protected and the pawns are marching.
That was a nice switch. Okay, let's have a look at David.
Still, he has psychological problems, because you don't want to move this rook from the e file, but rook f4 followed by f6 might just, yeah, rook f4 is played. You have to forget about psychological problems in this moment. Just move the rook and the pawns are unstoppable. f6 and then f7. And g7 follows next.
He's still, I'm looking, he's still only on 6 points. I mean, this will bounce him up to 9, but it still doesn't put him in the top 8.
Okay, but it's step-by-step process. I mean, you cannot, sure. But he's coming and he's climbing closer, and Hans is only with 11 points. Yeah, he was leading after day 1, yeah. But with 10 points, and you see how quickly things can turn. And also it means that the tournament is heating up. Yeah, it's very, very intriguing, and it's very good for spectators. Yeah, because nobody can be safe around this 6, 7, 8 place. Yeah, it will be incredible fight. Yeah, queen c5, check, king h6. Yeah, the king hides on h6. Yeah, king h7. And that's it.
Got there in the end. Fantastic.
Yeah, very, very big win for David. Very important one. And you can see the disappointment in Hans's face, because he knows it's not only there this 1 point, but it might be a direct concurrent. Yeah, because David will definitely be one to watch for in fight for the qualifying spot. Yeah, and okay, g7, and that's it. Yeah, this was also the construction in Magnus's game. Somehow this knight h5, king h7, and then yeah, that's it. Wow.
Well, that might well have been lost for many, many moves, but it still requires incredible patience, incredible diligence, really fine technique from David Navara. So that brings him up to 9 points, as we've said. Quick recap of the scores. We have Leko out in the lead on 17 points. Ding has 13, Carlsen 13, Duda 13. Niemann has 11, Rapport has 11, Von Forest 10, David Anton 10, Vidit 10. And Navara 9, Pragnananda 9. Still very, very tight indeed. Remember, it's the top 8 that will go through to the knockout phase. I can see, well, we've still got 1 round to play today. And Vidit against Leko has already kicked off. We don't get a break, folks. I think we're just, are we going to go straight through?
Yeah, it's non-stop action. That's how it is in these preliminaries. I mean,
why not? Let's go.
It's really, really fascinating. And we see another Italian, and now it will be very interesting to see how Vidit will react to the same line that Leko will be using the same bishop b6. Yeah, you asked me that how should he play. I think that now we will get the answer because Vidit is kind of a big specialist from the white side. I mean, not really from the white side, but he played so much Italian with the black side, and he also started now in Vaikanze to experiment with e4, and I think he played quite a lot of games. Also, he slowed down a bit after, but this bishop b6 is a very, very fashionable. I think it, but usually people play it with h6 and then bishop b6. That's why people are a little bit confused. Now I'm getting it.
So if people are playing h6, then that kind of begs the question, why isn't white playing bishop g5 here?
Exactly, but this bishop g5 has its own kind of, you know, mystique, because bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, for example, after g5, bishop g3, these kind of positions are so scary. I mean, unless you are superbly prepared, it's so dangerous. And there is so much theory with a6, bishop a7 in this type of positions, then over the board to realize all the nuances that this position brings. Very, very tough. So I'm not expecting at all that white will play the move bishop g5.
I'm interested to see a King's Indian on the board, Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Gawain Jones, and it's a Zamish.
And queen a5. This is some tricky move. Yeah, just as you mentioned that Gavin has done some chessable course and he has worked quite a lot. I mean, I feel like this queen a5 is one of those little pet lines that he might have invented.
Yeah, but interesting to see that Duda didn't accept the pawn after c5. This is, I mean, very old pawn sacrifice on the 6th move.
Yeah, but I mean, back then people were debating this position, but then there were no computers, yeah? So you could go back and forth in this endgame. Now, if you check with engine and the engine says that actually it's flat zeros, there is no problem, then it's end of the discussion. Things are really changing so much with computers that lines, you know, that I have been analyzing for weeks, 15, 20 years ago when I was actually playing on top tournaments, and then it suddenly turns out that engine suggests something and you can forget everything what we have been analyzing back then, yeah? And we were no idiots.
Well, so b3 played very quickly, and now a6 from Gawain.
Yeah, a6, rook c1, trying to stabilize. Yeah, both sides are keeping the tension. Yeah, white does not want to play d5 because then black gets the long diagonal, everything. It gets much easier play. White wants to force black to take cd when he would very comfortably capture back with the knight on d4. So black will definitely not do this.
Yeah, then black just gets a rotten accelerated dragon, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, you know, at the same time also, let me just highlight that the game Vidit against Leko is moving exactly on the same direction. The d4, knight g6 on the board, and here I think that Gavin played the very unfortunate move bishop b3. Bishop b3, c6, knight b2, ed4. That was that game which ended in a total catastrophe in the first round of today. But Vidit is not taking his time. And what? Gavin had nothing better than to take cd. This case, what did you just say? You were not very optimistic.
I wasn't
about
very
this.
complimentary about Black's position. Yeah, I mean, I always have enjoyed playing these positions on the white side. I just love the space advantage. But of course, it's a little bit different with the pawn on f3 instead of the bishop on e2 and castles. But just for a moment, there are a few little tricks on the dark squares, and yeah, is b5 coming very quickly? So, I mean, maybe I've been a little bit hasty to judge this position.
No, I lured you. You remember I told you that, yeah, cd4, knight d4 would be very comfortable for white, and then you just picked it up. It was logical. Yeah, I influenced you, but I also agree that somehow I feel that white should be better. I mean, it's no way that this could be equal.
Oh no, you didn't really influence me. Like I said, I've always so enjoyed playing white's position here, but in this specific case, is black getting in b5 very quickly?
And white opts for knight takes c6. And then what? So we are expecting bishop takes c6, of course. I mean, usually black takes with bishop takes c6. Also question, can white just play like knight d5? I mean, it can simply be a better endgame because you have to take on d2. I take with the king. And you really have problems. You can't take with the knight because then after cd, I'm winning a tempo and I'm entering. Bishop takes d5, cd5. This is always a clear advantage for white.
Yeah.
And then you have to make a very, very ugly move defending on e7. And that's why Gavin takes b takes c6. But this has stabilized white's construction. Okay, bc6 covers the d5 square. It's more mobile, but actually in modern chess, with modern engines love this type of positions for white. I think this is also some kind of a chess knowledge that, like if you asked me 30 years ago, I would say that, okay, this is more or less playable position from black side. What's the big deal? We have nice center squares and everything. But engines really changed the way of looking at this position.
Yeah, I mean, if we put the pieces back with the queen on d8 and pawn on a7, there's no way that you'd play queen a5 and a6 basically. I mean, to some extent it's misplaced. Okay, so bishop e6, so that makes room for the knight to come to d7.
But we started out looking at this game because there was nothing else. But by now I feel like
you want to move on.
a lot of action. Yeah, it's a strategical position. We can come back any moment to this. Okay, let's see, because the way how Vidit has reacted with a4 and bishop f1, I feel that this is so-called the modern spirit. Yeah, a4 c6 bishop f1. We have also talked about this, that the bishop on f1 would have been so much more useful for white in that position. Yeah, but now black strikes in the center with d5. Yeah, that's the Italiano. I mean, it's so difficult to understand.
Oh, that's really interesting.
Millions of nuances everywhere.
So e takes d4, e4, e takes d5, e4. I guess that's the idea.
Yeah, e4, e4 looks lovely. Yeah. I mean, and
in
otherwise,
case, yeah, black looks really comfortable.
Yeah, looks really comfortable. I mean, as I said, yeah, black somehow tricks here white. Yeah, he didn't lost the tempo on a6, and somehow white is missing one tempo always to stop. Very, very tricky preparation by Lek Van Gliem. It might turn out after the tournament, people take a look quietly that after bishop b6 with some special move or the white stabilizes, and it might not be the best move, but we see that the surprise effect, yeah, that plays a big role, especially in these rapid events.
Yeah, definitely. So let me see what else we got on the board. So,
wow, Navara rapport d4 f5 Dutch, yeah, probably after beating Dingleren in the Leningrad Dutch. Starting out from a King's Indian, Richie is inspired for the Dutch.
Yeah, but what flavor Dutch is he going to play? This is going to be interesting. Is he going to play a Stonewall, or is he maybe going to check on b4? I always feel that checking on b4 is quite nice in this position, but no, he's playing in a really old way with bishop e7.
And then castles d6, queen e8. This kind of stuff, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's also, Alekin's ideas with knight e4 as well. It's also possible.
And also Magnus's game has started. And what is Magnus doing? It looks like he has a wonderful position. That's how I look at this. So it was c4 against Ting Jie, c4, e5, knight c3, bishop b4, knight d5. d6, knight f6. Yeah, also some kind of a new way of playing with the black pieces. I don't know, I'm not such a big fan of this. And knight f6, and here the move knight c3. I'm loving such moves. Yeah, that now with this pawn on a5, the b5 is compromised. White is putting the knight on b5, putting pressure on the pawn on d6. I just don't see enough dynamic play for black to compensate for this hole there on b5.
Yeah, but for those of us that are used to playing with backward d pawns, I look at this and think, well, it might be playable on a good day. At least the bishop isn't coming to g5. So listen, I understand with a hole on b5, it doesn't look particularly happy, but still, knight c5, game on. I'm guessing, did you ever play the Sveshnikov with black? I bet you did.
Well, with Sveshnikov, I qualified for the match. Yeah, I was using it in the candidates tournament in Dortmund 2002.
Oh, well, there you are. Then you were used to playing with rotten pawn structures.
Yeah. But basically, whenever I got those type of pawn structures from the Sveshnikov, I never felt that they are compromised. I saw all these dynamics and I was super happy. Yeah, usually I'm considered to be a strategist, and you could say that no way Peter will ever play like this. But it was the opening with which I had the most successes, actually.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so you liked your bishops and dynamic chances.
And I looked so much from the white side, and I knew that if I can't find any advantage after analyzing for hundreds of hours, then why shouldn't I also try it from the black side?
Yeah. Well, this might not be so bad.
Yeah, no, it's maybe a tiny bit better for white, but yeah, I get your point. Actually, the pawn on a5 is nice because it stops any kind of b4. Yeah, that's why you have this chance to place this knight on c5 so nicely.
But actually, the move I'm worried about soon is b4 for white. This could be really disruptive for black. I think that might be the problem, because if that knight can remain there, then, well, yeah, I think it's just a difficult position, actually. So even in this position, maybe just knight b4. b4 is possible, and then put the knight on b5.
Yeah, but it's still black to move at this moment, yeah, because Magnus has just castled.
Okay.
He has just castled. I'm assuming that some immediate b4 was running into AB, knight a6, hitting the pawn on b4, and also some very quick bishop f5 development. Yeah, so I can't really nicely protect this pawn on b4.
Yeah, well, there are ways around that. One could still play rook b1, bishop f5, bishop d3, actually.
But then e4 and then some knight h4.
Bishop c2.
Ah, okay, this is nice. Yeah, we should show this, because this is actually very nice. Rook b1, bishop f5, bishop d3, and after the forking move e4,
bishop
there is
c2.
Also the move bishop c2, and there is knight, but knight h4 I was a little bit skeptical that maybe, but bishop g4, bishop e2 was still working. But yeah, your idea was bishop c2. Nice. But can I not target the c4 pawn with rook c8? And hoping that after knight d2 I have bishop g4, yeah?
Yeah, okay, then it's still very, very, very messy. Yeah, but in any case, b4 isn't necessary. Okay, h6 has just been played.
Yeah, castles h6. Okay, this is now also a slow maneuvering game that so we can move on and see what else do we have.
Well, I mean,
Wow, I see some real dynamics there in Eric Hans and Jordan van Forest. Black is coming with f5. Trying to create real threats with f4. Yeah,
should we just have a quick recap, see how we got there? It's a bishop b5 check.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to say, that Eric is struggling a little bit with the fact that he's playing all the same openings like he used in the first event, this bishop b5 check, and probably his opponents are now really nicely prepared against him. Okay, one.
Yeah, just a recap that Eric has 7 points. He's on 7 points at the moment, so certainly not going as well as in his first Champions Chess Tour event.
Yeah, it's a very, very double-edged position, but I never, you know, I'm an old classical guy. You know, I was raised with all these classical games. I just don't understand. I mean, I was told that with such structure against such structure, I mean, there is no way white will ever be better, and if someone, then only black can play for an advantage. Yeah. now I understand computers evaluation changed a lot, and I know that computers insist that white plays for b4 and it's playable, but it's so hard for me to digest this, that white can play like this. I would never be able to do this. Takes, queen e2, rook fd8, rook ed1.
Yeah, but the problem is white isn't actually getting in b4.
Yeah, that's
this is the thing, and this is obviously quite nice for black now.
Yeah, very nice. I mean, okay, it's clear that now black is in total control. The only question, how do you break? Because with black, once you equalize, then you start to get motivated to get more. And yeah, queen c2, knight h5, g3, f5, king g2, protecting the g3 pawn. But I mean, I know Jordan is incredibly strong with initiative, and here basically he got free initiative without compromising his position at all. Yeah, there are all kinds of queen f7, queen g6 ideas, and then still going for f5, f4. I mean, it looks like a total nightmare.
Yeah, so does he kick off with f4?
Yeah, you can, yeah, f4. Okay, then probably I have to go back all the way to c1.
Now, do we move the queen over straight away?
But then I also, I mean, I felt like, you know, I wanted to keep a little bit more dynamic, more tension in the position. Now
so queen f7 first.
Yeah, I mean, okay, let's just illustrate. So queen f7, queen e2, and there are no direct ways. Yeah, queen g6, I can play queen g4. And
yeah, it's defending. Okay, we'll go queen f7 first then.
Yeah, okay, probably the same things happen. Yeah, after queen f7, I anyway gonna move queen to e2. But then I felt like after queen g6, black, I mean, white has to watch out for f4, knight f4 check for a little bit more things.
Yeah, that's much nicer, definitely.
Yeah, so okay, this is looking nice for Jordan. So he's putting some pressure. What else do we have?
Let's see. Let's have a look at Ding's game, because obviously, you know, he's just behind on 13, so he's doing well at the moment.
Yeah, very interesting endgame. Very, very interesting. Actually, this whole game can be very important for new theory in this Catalan. It's the same c5 line that we have already seen yesterday. c3 takes. And Praga opted for this modern line of knight takes d4, cd4, knight d5, leading to this double-edged position, bishop d2, f5, stabilizing the knight on d5, but at the same time, he has compromised his structure. Knight a5, b6, knight c6, bishop f6, and here the whole stuff will be this bishop takes d5. This is a whole new concept, and I have seen it that they have been blitzing out the position almost till here, and this was the moment when the game really started. It's a very nice strategical concept.
But maybe not so bad for black now that this bishop has reached c4. I mean, Ding obviously believes it.
Yeah, bishop c4, rook eb1. I mean, well, the point was that this line is super solid for black. So any kind of alternative from white side, which keeps the game going and keeps some chances of eventually getting an advantage, is already good news. Yeah, we are talking about mainstream Catalan preparation, and you have to appreciate such stuff from white side. Rook db1. All right, okay, maybe we should move. And I see that the game David Navara against Richie is completely wild and completely crazy. So what did we have here? We had this classical Dutch, then it turned into some kind of a stone wall, but with bishop on e7. However, also white knight is already compromised to c3. Usually in the stone wall, white plays knight bd2, knight e5, knight d3, knight to f3. That's the typical route for the knights. So it's a more dynamic one. Knight b7, knight g5, hitting on e6, knight b8, queen d3. Yeah, h6, creating this weakness on g6. Knight d7, b4, knight b6, knight e5, and knight f7. And David, I mean, one can see that David is getting more and more confident. He goes knight g6. Richie took d takes c4, queen e3 on the board. And what? Look at the clock situation. Is it correct? Richie still haven't spent a minute on this game. Wow, takes, b5. But I mean, this might backfire. I mean, David is on fire now. He has a lot of confidence, and he got a position where he feels that he has wonderful compensation.
Certainly looks like it. Richie, having lost against Magnus in the last round, he's on tilt maybe. You know, last game of the day, and he's really going for it. Fascinating.
Yeah, it looks very, very nice from the white side, but black is also very solid at the moment. Yes.
Yeah, it's not so clear actually.
Yeah, ready to jump knight d5. I mean, it would be tempting to move the queen to f3 probably. Yeah, queen f3 or something to try to give the chance to go bishop f4. Ah, no, hang on. Yeah, because d4 pawn is hanging. But if I go rook d1. But is this pawn on d4 hanging, really hanging?
You know, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Exactly. Maybe by accident, by a mouse slip, I played the right move. Who knows? Queen f3. Because c6 pawn, I'm also putting pressure. But yeah, I understand. David has to calculate now millions of variations because he needs to be super precise.
But this is the thing. In fact, David, he is a calculator. You know, that's the way he looks at positions. He loves to calculate. And, you know, sometimes, you know, I feel that he gets bogged down in looking at so many different variations. It's somehow it's his strength, but it can be his weakness as well. Now he's gone queen d2, so he's just looking to force through e4 anyway.
Yeah, he went for bc and queen d2. Actually, it's the most logical, yeah, most natural way. The only question was, do you really want to include bc? Yeah, because there is this temptation to keep this pressure as long as possible, but at the same time releasing it and making sure that we get this. Yeah, e4 is happening now. I'm not liking the way how Richie is playing, because he's playing super quick. It simply shows that he is just too nervous, or somehow he's not in the right playing mood. You just can't play so quickly. fe4. Okay, I mean, I have never exactly seen those 4 pawns, but now
you've never had a position like this, have you?
Yeah, I mean, let me just enjoy this lovely construction. Unfortunately, David has captured the pawn, so we cannot really enjoy this for too long. Yeah, and black's position is in ruins. Yeah. And
Okay, so is it okay? Let me try something. So bishop a6.
Yeah, bishop a6, but it gives me the chance to go bishop a3 now with tempo.
It's true. Well, that's life. Queen c7.
Yeah, what to do? Yeah. Yeah, queen c7. But okay, I mean, just the position is so good. Maybe I should just not hurry, just play very, very slowly. Rook fe1, maybe even bring the bishop back or move the bishop somewhere. I mean, it really feels, I mean, I perfectly agree with Computer's evolution. This is some kind of a clear advantage for white.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm just trying to find a few moves. Or maybe
Rook f8. Rook f8 played.
Oh, he's played rook f8. Okay, so he wants to put the knight on f6, and if queen c4, he's got bishop a6.
Yes, queen c4, bishop a6.
Yeah, that's better, of course.
Yeah, trying to create some kind of a harmony, but okay, of course, if black gets knight f6, knight d5, yeah, queen c4, it all comes down to this, that bishop a6, queen takes c6. Where does this lead? But it might not be the best for... Wow, we are getting the news that Leko is crushing with it. So with this line, Leko is cashing in big time.
Oh, that's completely over. He's a queen up. Okay, so he hides the king and then just goes on the rampage.
Wow, but he will be then leading with 20 points. Unbelievable.
He's absolutely smashing it. He has a pretty good day.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, let's take a look at Praga versus Ding. The massage is on. I feel like this is a massage because this knight on e5, yeah, that if this pawn would not be on f5, it would be on f6. Black would be clearly better. But this with this eternal knight on e5, it's obvious that we don't know how big is white's advantage, but if someone, then only white can be better, and that's what matters. Rook a8. Rook a8. Okay, let's call it that it's promising for white, but okay, it's an endgame.
Let's go to Magnus. Let's see how Magnus is getting on in that position.
Well, he seems to be making progress.
Yeah, certainly. So he's got the two bishops now.
Exactly.
So that bishop on f3 is a monster. So...
And very important to highlight that black's bishop on a7 is very, very nicely controlled by the pawn chain f2 pawns and e3 pawns. That's why black doesn't really seem to have any real nice counterplay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes, so super comfortable position. Basically, white can also opt for knight e4, trade the knights, and then get access to the d5 square. Yeah, look, you see, it had to be played. We are probably expecting some queen b3.
Yeah, unpleasant, very unpleasant to play.
Yeah, very nice play. And let's take a look at what Duda against Gavin Jones. What is this? Rook takes f6. It feels like with this knight on b8, I have very, very bad feelings. Yeah, two bishops as well.
Yeah, that one's turned out pretty well.
Yeah, Gavin is continuing to suffer in the tournament.
And
Hans Niemann, let's take a look, yeah, because Hans has lost a couple of games, but if he wins today, and he seems to be winning against Yu and Jun, then actually these 3 points will bring him back in, I mean, in contention for the qualifying spots. Yeah, it's just a massacre. Yeah, I mean, it's we are already even not shouting out knight f7 fork and taking the rook because we are not sure if we really want to take it or we can
maybe just h4.
Yeah, it's
just push on the king side. It's probably better.
This knight on e5 is so lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that looks pretty good. Let's go back to Hansen against Van Foreest. C4 has appeared on the board. White's king has somehow become a lot weaker.
Yeah, well, okay, to be fair, black has sacrificed the pawn, but he's probably winning it back. And yeah, white needs to be super, super clever here. Can he actually...
Bishop e5.
Exactly. Can he play bishop e5?
Yeah. Just to take on f6 and get some play that way.
Well, also, I would really love to force black to make a decision. Does he take cd, but then his rook will not have good square? Yeah, cd, then queen moves to f3. And it already looks like some kind of a counterplay. And if rook takes dc, then at least we know exactly that the situation has clarified.
Yeah, and now take on f6.
You want to take on f6, yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
I wasn't sure. I was just already happy that at least I got some stability.
I think we're going to bounce over to an interview with David Navara very shortly.
It was a draw. The report actually saved that game.
Should we just very quickly see that before we
so after
check
queen
out
takes
the interview?
c4, bishop a6, it feels to me that maybe David felt a little bit too much respect for Richard. I mean, for Richie, because he let it go a little bit too quickly. I mean, he allowed this liquidation and then okay, yeah, it was clear that it was a draw. I mean, or he was so euphoric after this big win that the last two big wins, and tired also, that he didn't mind clarifying the situation like this.
Well, he's had a good day. You know, it's certainly not a bad result.
Yeah, absolutely. So what do we have? Yeah, actually, Eric went for this bishop e5. We have bishop e5, rook takes dc on the board. And now the big question. Your move was bishop f6, and I was saying that I'm just still in chilling mood. I'm enjoying that I forced you to take rook d3.
There's also rook da1 with the idea of just moving down the a file. It's whether Magnus, rook d2 is very scary there.
Yeah, well, actually, my move was rook a to a1. That was my kind of way of getting some stability, but it's a bit passive. I must say it's a move that comes to my mind. I want to fight for the d5 because this rook d1, rook d2 looks very scary.
Such a fantastic
it's scary,
day.
But I wanted to look at this
because
it's actually
to skip
not so
into
clear.
another game going on here. And
but then bishop c5.
Round 8, final round.
Sorry, I missed bishop c5.
I mean, you can go queen e3, of course, keeping an eye on the
True.
c5.
Yeah, no, I missed bishop c5, of course.
Yeah, well, it's complicated. I mean, I think so easy to miss things, and I'm also not feeling comfortable suggesting any move because I feel like at this moment I feel that maybe white is okay, but if I make a move, the position might collapse.
Well, the thing is, if white doubles on the a file, and if queen e3 actually holds the position, then that could be very, very dangerous for black. Suddenly there's counterplay with rook a7, and black has to be extremely careful there.
Yeah, but okay, yeah, Eric is a human being. He goes rook a2
I'm
to
not
a1.
a human being.
No, but I mean that he's playing the game. I perfectly understand him. Yeah, that okay, just with 1 minute and a half to calculate if after rook d2 am I getting crushed or not.
Sure.
You can't do that to yourself. Yeah.
No, I understand. It's a risky move.
Yeah, you're just trying to stabilize, but on the other hand, I feel like after rook a1, certainly black is slightly better. I mean, black is super happy.
Yeah, maybe the queen should switch over. Queen f7.
Yeah, queen f7. Very tempting. Yeah, and this rook on this is so irritating. Yeah, this is we can't activate the queen. Unpleasant. Maybe I have to take on this. It's not a move I want, but maybe I should.
Okay, big choice. I mean, I suppose I take with the pawn.
Take with the pawn, then I go queen f3. At least I get this f3 square.
And d2?
d2, and I mean, I claim that I will handle this.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, very tough. I mean, really very tough to. Black is pressing, but not entirely clear how he should proceed. But he has a big time advantage. Yeah, he has still 6.5 minutes. Queen e8 played with probably similar ideas. But even keeping, I think that after rook dc, probably he wants to take with the rook, and he wants to stop any kind of rook e8 as well.
I see.
No, he takes with the pawn. Okay.
He wants to get into that in game. He wants the
Queen f3.
late in G to kind of like panic a little bit and maybe retreat the bishop so that some trades can be initiated.
Does he want to move the knight? Maybe.
It will be relatively safe. So I feel that she has to be a bit
maybe that's
precise
the reason
here
why he did not want to put the queen on f7, yeah, because then we would trade. That was the reason why knight d7 appeared.
Consistent move. What that would do, it would be pushing the black h pawn down. She's
moving the knight over to
she might as well continue with that concept, just kicking away the white knight from its square.
Feels like it's the wrong side.
Why is she hesitating? I see danger in her future if she gets low on the clock.
Very quick look at Ding against Pragnananda, because that's very, very interesting with Ding having moved the king to b4.
I mean, I'm loving, this very much feels like Tigran Petrosyan chess.
With
yeah,
the black bishop out the way,
this,
to do something
all
quickly.
this maneuvering, but with the soul, yeah, everything makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
I'm just loving what Ding is doing. I don't know if he has a real advantage or not, but
I was going to say the only problem is with the rook on c8. It's
Magnus now has some time to calculate what will happen in that regard. So spending a minute and a half, almost half her time on this one move,
but
and then playing
h3 is a really interesting move. So presumably he wants to meet h4 with g4.
Yeah, that's one thing. And after g4, does he want to lock with h4? It's of course beautiful. The big question is, how will white make progress afterwards? Yeah.
Well, I suppose, yeah, I was going to say.
After g4, yeah, maybe he just moves the rooks to the h5 first. In any case, he gives a big question to Prague, and Prague is done to. He gives a big question to Prague, and Prague is done to. He gives a big question. Not easy to make up your mind. He gives a big question. Not easy to make up your mind.
There's a big danger if. I mean, instinctively, I wanted to play h4 for black, but after g4, there's a huge danger that black's king could be in massive trouble once those rooks switch across to the g and f files. I mean, it's really scary, actually.
Yeah, and there is also one more thing also in the position, that when black goes for g4, and I'm very curious because h4 locks down the position, but it also takes away the break from white with e3e4. Yeah, if hg4 structure happens, then potentially there might be e4. Yeah, then potentially there might be e4. Yeah, then potentially there might be e4.
Yeah, then but this is, black is basically content with a draw, obviously. After h4,
of course. Okay, but basically, if you play Catalan with basically for c5, okay, rook h2. That was my very first move that I mentioned. And after h4, he wants to go rook g1, then takes, and bishop h4 is possible. I felt like maybe he wants rook g1, just as you mentioned that black's king can be a target.
Yeah, but why not? Why not?
Yeah, I mean, there are some lines like this. Okay, first of all, the rook is still trapped, pinned. Bishop h4 was a move that I considered, but all right. Okay, Prague takes on e5, so this is a completely different story now. Bishop takes e5. So f takes e5.
Does he perhaps he just wants to put the bishop on
Ahoy!
e4, and that prevents white from doubling on the h file.
Yeah, could easily be, because the bishop is doing nothing on c4 at the moment.
We're being told that we're now going to bounce to an interview with David Navara from Oslo.
foreign languages really well, or at least decently, and about 4 more or less well. But sorry, I don't speak Norwegian. I learned some words, but forgot them again. I mean, I played in Norwegia last.
It's just hi. Hi. Yes, that's hello in Norwegian. And speaking about Norwegian, what a game against Magnus Carlsen. What can you say about that fantastic win?
Of course, I was very surprised. I was hoping for a draw. I tried to play it solidly. I played this line recently against Parham Maksudlu, and Magnus somehow blundered, made a huge positional mistake by playing Queen A2 in the game, allowing me to shatter his pawn structure, after which I had a bishop pair as well as a better pawn structure. I mean, it was not completely clear, and I'm not sure if my structural and positional transformations were correct, but my position has been more promising all the time since then, and I'm generally good in positions where I have initiative and which are not too strategically complicated, and after the next transformation it resembled my game versus Bugar Gashimov from the Sochi Grand Prix 2008, where I had a similar pawn structure with the same material, but I misplayed it in a time trouble and eventually even lost, succumbed to a mating attack.
Wow.
And here I did not. I was careful. Of course, it was not easy. I was nervous. I went out of time. But when I spotted these tactics with Rook F8, Rook F1, originally I calculated Rook takes D2 and was not happy. But then I spotted a Queen sacrifice, Queen takes F1, after which Black gives a check on G2 with the Rook and it's winning. So it seemed to work, and it did. So I was glad to have played a good game against the world champion. I mean, of course, I was lucky because it doesn't happen often that he makes such big mistakes like Queen A2 when Black got a serious advantage for free. But it was far from easy to exploit that.
Yeah, fantastic. What does it mean to you to win against the world champion?
Of course, I was very happy because until then my tournament had been really bad. I mean, I had some good positions, but failed to convert them. And I even lost one of them yesterday in the evening because my brain just stopped working, whereas Erik Hansen defended resourcefully and deservedly won the game, although he had difficult position at some point.
Well, this today was fantastic, though, David. We congratulate you so much on your performance and best of luck tomorrow as well.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening or whatever time of the day.
Yes.
And all the best. See you later.
Thank you. Same to you. Thanks for joining us. All right. Drama on this board.
Drama on this board. And Magnus Carlsen just missed a really...
So there we go. That was David Navara being interviewed by the Oslo studio, and modest and charming as ever. Oslo studio. And, really interesting positions again with charming as ever. Actually, Peter, I would love to go back to the interesting against Pragnananda game, because that is so complex. And well, maybe we can just catch up from where we left it, because obviously the position has changed.
Yeah, now it looks like Black is having a wonderful position. I mean, you remember I mentioned Tigran Petrosyan before from the way how White played. Now, when you look at this position, it already feels like Tigran is playing from the Black side. A lovely exchange, sacrifice, Rook on C4, Bishop on E4, incredibly powerful Bishop, dominating White's Rook on H2. And I just don't see how to defend, because Rook C3 can be met by B4. And you can't really trade on C4. D takes C4 is a winning structure.
And B4 is coming anyway, and King C6 to B5, and
exactly,
it looks terrible. Yeah, really interesting. So can we just have a quick look and see how Prag managed to sack the exchange like this?
Yeah, Rook H2, Bishop E5, Fe5, Bishop D3. The move that you called out immediately. The Bishop is transferred to E4, and then White pushed the pawn to E7, and of course then finally. Yeah, this h4 is like a big question, but probably already h4 was also hanging in the air. So white was getting nervous.
I wonder here whether Ding could have. Okay, so he's worried about h4.
If we could have traded on g4, right?
Exchange and then after, if h takes g4, then exchange on h8, and actually
should be holdable. Yeah, should be holdable. But I mean, okay, we can't be dealing with, he went h4. Probably he still wanted something from the game, but he was just not in time to get his rook to c3. And Prague immediately used this moment that takes rook c4 check, king takes c7, king b2, king d6, rook c3, b4, rook c1. This is our current position. And okay, the move that comes to mind, king c6, king b5, I just don't see a way how white can survive this.
I mean, this is really impressive from Prague if he manages to put this one away. I mean, frankly, I'm amazed at how well he's played. And, it seemed at a certain moment he was getting outplayed by Ding. So this is just fantastic stuff.
Yeah, he created his counterplay with this g5, h5, rook h8, disbalancing Ding, because it really looked like Ding is playing a model game from the white side. Every move had a real soul, and he was making progress. But Prague created counterplay, confused Ding, and with this timely exchange, sacrifice took over, and he's about to win. He's really about to win. And what do we have? Okay, because here this position looks so bad that I feel that maybe we can just very quickly jump to Magnus. What is Magnus doing?
Counterplay. The h-pawn. Counterplay.
This is a big race.
And Magnus down to 39 seconds against 34 seconds.
Yeah, queen f1, very tempting move. Of course, the most natural move in the position, and immediately the evaluation bar says now everything is fine for white. a7 is played, queen f2 check, king d3. And the race is won by white.
But a moment ago, the eval bar said something very different, didn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, with few seconds on the clock, we are not computers. When I looked at the position also, queen f1 was my very first question. What happens after queen f1? And we got the answer that it is just now a win for Magnus. Queen f1, king c2. Or maybe even, okay, it doesn't really matter. King c3, Queen e1 check, queen d2, so Ting Jie goes for h3, a8, queen h2. There is no way to stop, but white will hit the f7 pawn, I'm guessing. Queen e8, and then e5 pawn is about to fall. Of course, be careful because bishop f6, but even that doesn't work.
Okay, I'm just looking around at the other boards. We've got a few games still going.
Okay, Magnus is winning here, and Ting Jie down to 7 seconds. How to react? Basically, bishop g5 had to be played, and now it's the moment. Magnus just moves king b3 and h1 queen, bishop takes e5 check will lead to checkmate. So let's just show this. Queen, 4 queens on the board, but bishop takes e5. You can't play bishop f6 because of queen f7. Bishop e5, this is on the board, and Ting Jie resigned. Wow, very important win for Magnus.
I can see that Prague has just finished the game. He's just won that one. That's really impressive.
And now already Jordan Van Foreest in a lot of trouble. Lot of twists in this game. Now the good knight versus bad bishop, the double pawns. White has access to the e4 square, a lovely little e4 square. I mean, it seems to me that this is practically winning.
It looks completely lost.
Well,
that's very interesting. With that victory, Pragnananda bounces into the top half of the tournament with 12 points. So that was a very, very important win. And well, that pegs back Ding a little bit, but he's still there. Let me see what else we've got.
Yeah, we just the game between Harry and David Anton finished the draw. Actually, David Anton is also coming back with vengeance. I mean, he has climbed and he's already back in business. And Gavin is in a lot of trouble. I mean, he's about to lose against Duda.
Yep.
Pawns are falling, so no intrigue there. Do we have? Yeah, so the best, I mean, the most interesting game and basically the only game that is of any interest is this one, which is still in progress. Queen d3. Yeah, and after the trade on d3, white will get the knight to e4. But I mean, not trading queens is not really an option. Or will black retreat the queen to c6? But then rook e4, rook c4 is coming. I mean, I just can't really believe.
And black's king looks much worse than white's, actually.
Yeah.
In that
case.
I
mean, you remember it all started out that white's king on g2 was in some kind of a trouble. Yeah. And now it's beautifully guarded.
Yeah, maybe here bishop c5.
Activating the bishop.
Yeah, just to put the bishop on d4.
Yeah, it's the last. Yeah,
where
bishop c5 on the board.
Time trouble.
Well spotted.
It doesn't have
maybe.
Okay,
of course, white is better, but it's.
So
it's
there we go. That was
playable.
David Navara being interviewed by the Oslo studio.
Because that h pawn could be loose now.
So there we go. That was.
I'm on this board, and Magnus.
I mean, basically, white really has to show a big precision here to try to press this out.
I mean, I suppose knight e4, bishop d4, rook c2.
Magnus Carlsen just missed a really...
Yes, very logical.
So there we go. That was
but
David
b4
Navara
as well, because rook h7 is not yet a step due to the fork. Let's just highlight this. And okay, white wants to push, but somehow, yeah, with this bishop on d4. Okay, now white wants rook a2, but rook a2 does not threaten rook a7. Now the big question, how to, do you maybe activate the king to f5, putting some little pressure on the e4 knight, or is it too premature because but bishop on d4 seems to take care of the b pawn.
Yeah, king g6, I think I like your move because the rook can also switch over to the a file if necessary as well.
Yeah, so immediately we have rook a7 option. King g6 on the board. King g6 on the board. Maybe white has to forget about this pawn. Yeah, rook e1 played. No, he doesn't want to forget about this pawn.
But he also wants to remind black that rook g1 is possible.
Yeah, and also rook g1, then rook g3. Yeah, it's lovely that protecting the pawn, plus also targeting black's king if it gets to f5. Okay, king f5 is played, stopping any kind of rook g1 checks. h4.
Okay, now how does black play?
He's trying to use both pawns. Tries probably to get the rook behind the pawn and use both, advancing it. Both pawns. Tries probably to.
How do we try and?
Wow, 7 seconds for black. I mean, okay, we are talking about like if this is a correspondence game, but
yeah.
Rook g4, h5, rook h4.
Okay, that's clever because it keeps an eye on the knight on e4.
Yeah. White was just not in time to get the rook behind. Very well played.
White was. There's still no threat to take because of knight g3, and now white is down to just a few seconds. Oh my word! I forgot to look at the time.
Well, no. Oh, but how do they do this? I mean, I just don't understand. I mean, they probably move already with 2-3 seconds. Yeah, that's why they end up. But it's so scary. And I mean, they probably move already with 2-3 seconds. Yeah, that's why they end up. But it's so scary. And I mean, they probably move already with 2-3 seconds. Yeah, that's why they end up. But very, very unpleasant. In fact, with so little time on the clock, maybe white is the one who needs to steer it for some, knight d2. It's the move that I wanted to suggest, that just forget about winning the game, stabilize first.
But this is a fantastic save if black manages to achieve this.
Yeah, knight d2, rook h3, f3. Yeah, this is exactly the position. And if white stabilizes, then he can think again about what I can do. But yeah, rook h1. And if it feels like black is too active.
Yeah, but with the knight tied to defending the pawn on f3, it seems absolutely fine for black now, doesn't it? I don't get it.
Yeah, rook g2.
Unless we can find a checkmate. That would be really nice.
Well, also big achievement would be some rook g8 and then rook f8 check and then cut this king, kick this king away from f4. Then psychologically things would, I mean, practically speaking, things would turn immediately. Rook e1, not giving the chance. He wants to go rook e3 check, rook c3. He wants to harass white's king as well. Well, rook e4 is a cemento move. Yeah, just avoiding everything, but not really doing anything itself. Rook c1 is gonna happen after rook e4. I feel like now we are getting to some draw, but okay, maybe actually black will collect this b5 pawn, and then white has to be careful.
Yeah, then it's time to play.
Yeah, rook g4. Okay, I mean, basically, if white just wants to set up a fortress, then it shouldn't be a problem. King d3, king d1. Is this a winning attempt or nervous move? Because king d3, maybe black would have anyway played rook b2. I believe it's not. Yeah, knight e4. He wants to use this knight g3 mechanism. Very, very nice, because rook b5, knight g3 check, king f6, knight e4 back, and then please, if you go back, rook b3, not taking the pawn. Sorry, there was a fork on d6. I was so happy that spotting this, it would have been terrible, yeah, to blunder this knight d6.
Okay, so if the king can be forced back, then that does seem to be okay for white.
Yeah, but it means to me in this case, then Eric, of course, with king d1 was playing for a win, because rook b2, knight e4 is still a little bit tricky, but yeah, hitting the f3 pawn.
Wow, so many tricks, and down to just a few seconds, both players. Are we going to see a draw?
Yeah, we're going to see, because king e2 runs into rook e3 check, so this rook b3 was a very, very good move by Jordan.
Unless he wants to play after knight e4, does he want to play king e7?
No, but the point is that with knight on d6, you can't play for, you have to play knight e4 back. No, rook g8, what? Wow, I mean, I'm completely surprised, but yeah, the knight on d6 can jump back to e4 any moment. What a fighting spirit.
That's incredible, with 15 seconds on the clock, and he's playing on.
Yeah, now the pawn b5 is finally falling, but okay, white is not risking anything. Yeah, with rook g7 check, and then the king cut.
Well, that's true, but I mean, it still seems pretty crazy. Oh, he's taken on an f3. Oh, there's still a little bit of play.
Yeah, in fact, quite a lot to play for. Yeah, this is now not anymore that stable position.
No. Now that the pawn has gone and the knight can be undermined. Oh, and knight e6.
Yeah, this was his idea. Yeah, knight g5 was the idea.
Okay, so rook f6. Let's keep going.
But rook f6 is a very ugly move. Then the king is cut, rook is out of play. I think that now it will be enough, and goes rook b3, knight e6, king c8, and okay, just settle further. There was enough adventure here.
Sometimes you have to go ugly.
Yeah, I feel that this will happen, because I mean, rook f6 is already little. I mean, definitely not a winning attempt, because black doesn't really have a move after.
Yeah, well, that's true. You just shuffle the king up the board.
Yeah, just okay, rook b3 and. No, wow. I mean, yeah, but rook f6, king e2, exactly. And who is more happy?
Yeah.
Yeah, e4. Okay.
Oh, that's the point.
Okay, so it's gonna be a draw anyway.
Yeah, just take the thing. Just take it. And rook f4, you can just play, well, rook g8, for example. Oh yeah, he's check first. Now take. Yeah.
Yeah, an incredible big fight. Yeah, epic fight.
Brilliant from both players. A real fighting spirit. Still a possibility of a knight fork. That's what Eric's banking on, I would say. Seriously, that's the way to do it.
Activating the king, yeah.
Are there any games still going on? Is this the last game?
So it's the last game, yeah.
Going lost. Yeah, last game. So I'm just catching up with the scores.
Yeah, bishop b6, rook g7, king b8, king c4.
Yeah, stopping knight d6.
Rook d5. Okay, now I really feel like it's the moment to repeat, yeah. And we will upload both players for their fighting spirit, but knight's enough to call it a day.
He's going to play knight. Yeah, he's going to play knight c3.
No way, no way.
He's not going to give up now. He's going to try something.
You think so, yeah?
Well, he's gone this far. Or knight f6 or something.
Yeah, you know what he's thinking about? He might, yeah, because if he wanted to repeat, he would have repeated already.
Yeah, exactly. He's got the draw in his pocket. Come on, let the guy sweat. Let him sweat.
Yeah, but now also black has such a lovely fortress, yeah, with this bishop b6, rook on d5, pawn on e6. I feel like now with 10 seconds on the clock, no way white will continue. What? No. I mean, Peter, I can't believe this.
Let me just say this. You are far too rational. You are far too rational.
Wow, I mean, okay. But okay, anyway, it does not change the outcome. Maybe the scoring system, yeah, maybe this feeling for, I mean, we are fighting and we are only getting 1 point. It forces them to, try everything. Maybe it's the mindset.
Well, exactly. And Eric is in 13th position at the moment, 7 points. Well, why not just keep going? He's risking nothing. Okay, that's a good move. That's not bad.
Yeah, protecting.
Yeah, should do the job.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we should highlight, and after rook g8 check, that after rook c7, not to fall into some bishop c5, king a5, rook a7 checkmate, yeah, if by overdoing things. But yeah, after forcing the king to b7, there is no more such danger.
He's still trying. This is pretty amazing.
But okay, now, I mean, king b6, any move, rook e7, bishop e7.
Yeah, but which one, Peter? This is the point.
but he already has 1 minute 5 seconds on the clock. Yeah, so there is no intrigue. Yeah, exactly. King b6, rook b8, king a7, and then king b6 back, just finally forcing this draw.
Yeah, because there was still a trick. Rook b8, rook b7, knight d7 check. That's the point. It was still a trick. Go on, rook b7, knight d7. Yes, we got him. We got him. Still a trick. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is not going to happen.
Definitely. Yeah, rook b8 check, king a7. Now it is your then that should I play king a5? Yeah, I mean, okay, you did that to me. Now I'm gonna go king a5. Let's continue the battle.
I think Eric would be pretty happy if the king came to a5 because
then he comes back. No, it's draw. It's threefold repetition probably.
Okay, fantastic fight, fantastic. That was really entertaining and fair play to both of them.
Yeah, especially there was a moment when they were done, both were down to 10 seconds, and it was very, very tricky position. You remember with this king f5, king f4 ideas and so on. They navigated it very nicely, both.
Yeah. Okay, Peter, it's been a really long day. It's been a really enjoyable day. We've seen some fantastic fighting chess. Let's just recap the scores so we can see out in the lead with 20 points. Remember, it's 3 points for a win. 20 points. Lei Quangliem. Then we have Carlsen and Duda on 16. We have Hans Niemann on 14. He's still up there, still battling hard. He's just won his final game of the day against Zhu Wenjun. Then fifth position, we have Ding, who's just been beaten. He has 13. Rapport and Pragnananda on 12. Great to see Prag bursting into the top half. We have Jordan van Forest and David Anton on 11. David Navara, Vidit on 10. Eric Hansen 8. Hare Krishna 8. Garwin Jones 5. And Lei Tingjie and Zhu Wenjun at the bottom with 2 points. Just fantastic fighting chess. And I'm just looking at the total of donations so far, funds raised so far for UNICEF helping children in Ukraine is $26,401. So thank you everyone who's contributed to UNICEF today. That is absolutely wonderful. Peter, it's been another fantastic day. And of course, if you'd still like to donate, then there's the links up there. chess24.com/donate. Peter, it's been an amazing day. Your particular highlight? I know it's all kind of turns into a bit of a blur, but is there anything that stands out for you?
Well, I think the fighting spirit. Yeah, definitely the fighting spirit. We see everyone is fighting like crazy. There are so many twists and turns. Nobody is safe. I mean, for the moment, it's really incredible what Lek Quangliem is doing. I mean, having 20 points there and being in a completely safe, secured first place is really incredible. I mean, he's very, very consistent, very focused, very well concentrated, playing wonderful chess. But everyone else, I think that the second day now also brought so many players back in contention of fighting for the qualification spots. Yeah, there are like really incredible. I mean, they are fighting for 8 spots, but I feel like there are 14 players who still, no, maybe not 14. Gavin is also out, but 13 players definitely who can still make it. And it's gonna be thrilling 2 more days, lot of excitement, and I can't really wait to see how it progresses. Yeah, nobody is safe. David Navara is back. David Anton has had a very good day. Vidit had a rough day today. I think he only scored 2 points. He's still there, that with a good finish he might have everything under control. But so many, Prague has played amazing chess. Really so much to look forward to, and I'm happy that we are only getting started.
Remember, 7 rounds remaining, and that means 21 points available. So when we look at it like that, it still really is wide open. So I think we're going to wrap things up there. Peter, again, thanks very much. It was a pleasure commentating, really full of insight, wonderful fighting chess, and yeah, it was a pleasure. So we will see you tomorrow. Remember, starting time as ever is 1800 hours Central European time. So I think it's time for us to say goodnight, and thanks everyone for watching and donating as well. Good night.
Yeah, thanks a lot. See you. Bye-bye.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you. And I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.